Okay, welcome everybody. I'm going to call the April 17th, 2025 meeting of the City of Santa Cruz Planning Commission to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Dan?
Here.
Gordon?
Here.
Kelly?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
McKelvey?
Here.
Thompson? Olhamus?
Here. And Commissioner Thompson is absent with notice tonight. Are there any statements of disqualification for any of the items on tonight's agenda?
Yes, I have a disqualification for the downtown expansion plan. A client has ownership and significant property in the area.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Gordon. Anybody else? Okay. Moving on then to oral communications. Oral communications is the time in the meeting to address the Planning Commission on items that are not on tonight's agenda and are within the scope of our charge. Is there anybody here tonight that would like to speak to oral communications? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. This is our consent public hearing agenda. So we'll open the public hearing. Tonight there are two items on our consent agenda. The first is 111 to 119 Leonard Street. The second is 2394 Delaware Avenue. Are there any commissioners that would like to pull either of those items? Okay, seeing none, then we will open these items up to public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on 111 to 119 Leonard Street or 2394 Delaware Avenue? One, please. If you are interested in speaking on these two items, you can line up over here to my left and you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, can I request that I read my whole statement? I'm kind of reading it on behalf of a lot of people. It's not very long, it's 1 page, and I don't want to have to rush through it. Is that okay?
Is it under 2 minutes?
Yeah, probably about 2 minutes.
Okay, great.
Okay. Central Park Neighborhood respectfully requests approval of agenda item FP25-0003. Staff recommendation is to approve this proposed amendment to the land use map of the 2030 general plan per prior city council direction. This amendment changes the general plan land use map zoning of 111 to 119 Leonard Street from MXVC to LM. There is no net loss to housing capacity by moving this density to downtown. This residential section of Leonard Street was never intended to be zoned mixed-use visitor commercial. Our neighborhood worked closely with Planning and Council on the Ocean Street area plan from 2007 to 2014. City planners presented us with numerous maps. None of these maps showed 111 to 119 Leonard Street as visitor commercial high density. During the 2022 objective standard process, we became aware of this zoning discrepancy and that the 2030 general plan had these lots zoned MXVC. We worked with council and planning to determine if there was a remedy that could preserve the original residential zoning. Every council member and soon-to-be Mayor Keeley visited our neighborhood. All agreed this designation is an error that needed correction. A former council member in office when Ocean Street area plan was passed agreed that this was an error. On 11/15/22, council unanimously supported residential zoning on these lots. Council and planning agreed the logical place to relocate the density was to the downtown area. This amendment to general plan land use map was directed by City Council and is recommended by planning staff. We trust you will approve. I want to thank you for listening. We also want to really thank Sarah Noisy, the planning department, and everyone else who helped us with this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. 2 minutes, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Gillian Greenside. I'm a bit puzzled about I read the staff report. I thought there might be a staff presentation. So I'm really asking for clarification. First of all, great appreciation for Ron Swenson for giving the land for Homeless Garden Project. But in the staff report, it references no net loss because of state rules, and it says I understood that this land couldn't be built on. I may be wrong there, but if it couldn't be built on, then there's no housing loss. So that seems to me something that hasn't been transparently shared. The second thing is that this is connected to the next item, which is the downtown plan extension, because in the staff report for the Delaware project, it says, at this time, it's not anticipated the city will pursue a local coastal program certification for the 6.3 acres of Delaware Street, and the state law isn't explicit what you do in that case, but then it punts it to the downtown extension to impose an upzoning on that site to compensate for the net loss on this Delaware site. So that seems to me, it felt like a bit of a shell game. I mean, if you're going to upzone the Delaware site to have no net loss on what apparently wasn't going to be for housing anyway, but then you also say the upzoning should happen south of Laurel because this may not go ahead for the now. I found that very puzzling, and I really appreciate some clarification of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, really quickly. We're not going to be clapping. We're not going to be booing. We're not going to be approving. We're not going to be disapproving of other people's comments here tonight, okay? You can listen, take in the information. You need not have a physical reaction to what is said here tonight, okay? Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rennick Curry.
Hold on, please.
My name is Rennick Curry. I live in Santa Cruz, and I'm speaking about the upzoning on the 6.3 acres of the parcel that Jillian was just talking about. I've got a question of how many of you commissioners have visited that site? Very good. So you know what it's like out there. It's in the middle of the country. It's on the edge of the city limits. Upzoning will create a mini city of up to 252 housing units there. In the middle of nowhere, a mile or more away from most amenities. It's going to ruin the character of the neighborhood because it's country, and this is going to put a mini city in the middle of it. The mini city will have an impact on Antonelli wildlife, and along with the mini city will be a lot of extra traffic because that's where employees from the Marine Science Center park. So please do not change the zoning in that 6.3 acres. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, guys. This is my first time, unlike a lot of people in the audience. So thank you and forgive me for screwing up probably from what I'm going to say. If I may too, I'd like to read, but it's very short. I can hear me really loud. Is that better? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to ask, because I sent it to the Planning Commission today, this little email. I'm wondering if anybody received it? Nobody? Okay, I'm going to read then. I'm a resident of De Anza Mobile. I'm writing actually on behalf of several residents here in the park. And we're asking that, number one, please do not increase the size of the homeless garden area. At its current size, it's mostly weeds and abandoned plots, or there are a lot of them, a good percentage. It's obviously not being fully utilized now, and I'm wondering why you would enlarge it. I'm not sure you would because it didn't actually say that you would or not. Okay, do not change, number two, do not change the current single family low density zoning to the proposed multiple unit low to medium density for so many reasons. This will grossly and negatively affect this area's current residents' quality of life, safety, traffic, theft, as well as major environmental factors, including the Antonelli Pond area, the tide pools, and the De Anza ponds, the Seymour marine open lands, and possibly natural bridges, because we get great traffic walking through those areas. If you increase this land by 250 some odd units, think what that's going to do. We in De Anza currently experience on a daily basis dozens of non-resident people, students, locals, driving or walking through our neighborhood, our homes. Some of them actually use our pool. I don't know how they manage, but they do. They fish in the ponds. They bring their kids to fish and to play in the ponds. I'm almost done.
Why don't you take 10 seconds and finish up?
Thank you. They use our gazebo. Some few actually damage it. Many of them with their dogs often not obeying the speed, noise, litter, or dog rules and laws. If you change the zoning, we'd expect the number to increase to hundreds probably daily going through. Last thing, personally, I chose to live at this address exactly because I thought it was the ocean tucked between three quiet, natural open spaces. I already have to travel through a dangerous fire area on Delaware to get home. Now you want me to deal with this. I'd very appreciate it if you guys would focus on taking care of your existing residents and taxpayers before you look to add more problems to the area. This went out.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
That's it. I'm sorry. You've had your
27
time.
people signed this. And
Thank
if you didn't get it,
You can drop it with Tess here, and
Great.
she'll deliver it to us. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, obviously, I want to talk from the heart. My name is Dave Allenbaugh, and I live at De Anza Mobile Home Park. I lived there for 20 years. I've been in the city of Santa Cruz for over 30 years. And I've been participating in a lot of city things. I was on the Mobile Home Commission for many, many years. I'm now one of the 10 on the stakeholders meeting for the oversized vehicle ordinance. So I do participate, but one of the things we do, it's a retirement community at De Anza Mobile Home Park. And the area across the street where Antonelli's Pond is and stuff like that is a beautiful, natural area. A lot of us go over there and hike around Antonelli's Pond or just hike down that path. It's beautiful. It's an easy thing to get to for us, but I'm trying to picture up to 250 units over there. I'm trying to picture of how that's going to affect that natural area, especially Antonelli's Pond. I'm trying to also picture 250 possible cars going up and down Delaware Avenue, and I can just picture 15 to 20 cars at that stoplight at the end down there. Because remember, De Anza at the end there, it's a dead end. It just goes into Seymour Marine Labs. So I'm not sure how the traffic is going to work there at all. But the bottom line is that's a beautiful area that we all agree, we all participate in, we all enjoy quite a bit. So I'm asking you, please do not try to put even 200 and some units at the end of Delaware. I think it'll destroy the natural environment in there. And like I say, us poor old people in De Anza, we really, really enjoy that area. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Chair Paul Hemus, members of the commission. My name's Doug Engfer. I'm a member of the board of the Homeless Garden Project, and I'm here to express our gratitude to the City Council for their clear, supportive direction, to staff for their collaborative engagement on these efforts, to the commission for its thoughtful consideration of the question in front of you tonight, and to the vast majority of the public for their enduring and enthusiastic support for the work we do. We have a track record of success of helping people get a hand up and out of homelessness. 95% of our graduates have full-time employment as they finish our job training and transitional employment program. And last year, we harvested over 30,000 pounds of fresh organic produce on the 3 acres that we actively farm out there right now. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to establish our permanent home at this location after this evening's activities and ensuing public hearings. Thank you for your time and effort.
Thank you.
And I'm available for any questions if they arise.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Rosemary Breedlove, and I'm here to talk about the development on Delaware Avenue. And I'm going to say many of the things that people have said before, but I'm worried about Antonelli's Pond, Moore Creek, the natural bridges, and the homeless garden. There are all these things that are going to be affected by that. And they're natural habitats. Well, the homeless garden isn't, but it's becoming that. And there, over the years, I've lived in Santa Cruz for 40 years, that whole area, a lot of people have stood up and said, don't build here. don't build here. That happened with the university, or not before it was a university. The university bought it, and then they were able to build back there. But it's not in line with the Santa Cruz people I know. It's a nice open space, and there are not many of those that are open space. And I also would like to know, I didn't find anything about how many people, how tall the place was, and what it actually was going to encompass. And, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Lee Brokaw. First, I'll speak as a resident of the city. Don't do it. And then I'll speak as a building professional. My general contractor's license number is 524663. I encourage you to look me up on the web. You'll see that I am in good standing with the state as a builder. I've been in the trades for 44 years. I've worked with a license for 37. I have watched engineers tell architects and homeowners what they want to hear. And then we have an earthquake. And we find out that actually building up in San Francisco on soil that can be liquefied has things falling down. The soil down there, I don't care whether you drive your pilings to China, it's the wrong kind of place to build a high-rise. What happens in building is the engineers will do magic to prove that the building will work, and then we get a natural disaster and they go, ooh, sorry, we didn't realize that. It's stupid.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi. I didn't plan on speaking today, but no one has brought one thing up that we at De Anza Mobile Home Park are concerned about is if there's a fire, it's only one way out of that neighborhood because the Schaefer Street, which is the street the homeless garden is on, does not connect to Mission Extension or Mission or Highway 1. It's just Delaware, dead ends at the Marine Lab. And there are 300 people in the De Anza Mobile Home Park. And if we got to fight with 252 more households, that's over 450 households trying to evacuate out of that neighborhood. And I don't see any sense of safety with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Tom Scully. I live at De Anza Mobile Home Park. I served on various boards and commissions, and I trust you. You're going to do the right thing for us. 250 seems like an overreach, but I can imagine what this board or whatever board it was years and years ago when somebody said, let's put a mobile home park at the end of Delaware. Don't do it. We love it. It doesn't seem to bother anybody else at the moment. So do your due diligence, and I know you will. Approve the plan that best fits the site, best fits our needs. As you've heard, I'm a firefighter for many, many years, so I understand the evacuation stuff. That was very, very important to say, too. And you will consider that as well. You have a job, you'll do it well, and I trust you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up, sir. Time will tell. Mm-hmm. Come on up, sir.
I was anticipating, my name's Ben Davis, I'm a West Side resident, and I was anticipating some sort of introduction at the beginning of this also, and I only heard about this yesterday, but I did look through your agenda package, and I would like to incorporate all of the concerns every speaker before me has stated into my concerns also, particularly the traffic concerns, which I didn't see anything mentioned about. I saw a little bit about Ramey and Moose and the other person handled the environmental report for you. I didn't see anything about traffic mentioned in that in the addendum. I didn't find the addendum, which is supposed to be part of explain your reasoning for adding this to the current EIR rather than doing a new EIR. I didn't find an addendum. If there is one, I'd like to be made aware of it. And if it's here at the meeting, I'd like to get it today. One of my main concerns, other than what the other speakers have already said, is that this is being handled potentially piecemeal. If there are other projects like this that you're going to be doing or have done in the past, then they should all be considered in one room, in a one time. So if you have past, present, and future projects where you're going to be changing the density, and it's going on all over the city, over the past, immediately, and in the future, that shouldn't be handled piecemeal. That should be handled at one time, and that should be considered as part of an EIR. That's my main concern. Can I ask questions here? Is that possible? From what I can tell, going over on or looking at the city at the moment, there's a lot of potential for this going on. Can I find out about that?
Well, there's not going to be a dialogue between you and us.
Moment.
This
well,
is our
I would
time
like
to
to
listen
know
to
more
you.
about that, and hopefully that'll be contained in other meetings. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to make comment on our consent agenda today? Sorry, miss, you had your turn. No repeat performances, sorry. Yes, ma'am. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Allison Buchter. I live in Lower Ocean neighborhood, and I'm not sure exactly of everything you're covering today, but I'm here to say that 6 stories is high enough in a town of or city of this size. So when I see any kind of rezoning that would allow more than 6 stories, none of us that I know of, no one I know of, wants anything to go higher than 6 stories. If you look at our population, I've actually Googled and tried to do research into what other cities in California of our size have anything higher than 6 stories. It's the only one I could find was South San Francisco. I mean, I'm not a professional, so maybe you've done more research on this, but for this size of city, it doesn't make sense to go higher than 6 stories. So I'm begging you, for everyone that lives here, I'm a YIMBY. I mean, build it up. I'm building my neighborhood. I'm on near Ocean Street, so I think 6 stories is great to put along the corridors. But higher than that, where the Warriors are, is going to. I can't even imagine. We can't even imagine that, my friends. We can't even imagine that. I was just in the financial district in San Francisco, and I can't imagine that in Santa Cruz. I don't think it's appropriate for a city of our size. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Can you please hold the applause? Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to the consent agenda? Come on up.
Hello, my name's Susan Andre, and I've lived in Santa Cruz since the early 60s. And my husband, Don Andre, was an architect here in town for 25 years. He built all the Palo Alto medical clinics, PAMP, and they were designed for the population then. We don't have enough doctors. We don't have enough infrastructure. We don't have railways. We don't have bike trails. Building all these bike paths in the middle of traffic, that's not doing it. People need a city that is part of their community. I could go on forever, but I just know I've lived here all these years, and it's such a beautiful city, and it's really a shame what's happened. I haven't talked to anyone that has approved of the architecture downtown, the colors, the high rises, their boxes. They used to have all these studies when my husband was an architect. In fact, they used to have traffic control. They used to have, I went through the earthquake. I know these buildings, and there's just nothing is taken into the overall plan. It's like everything's just being like done so fast because you have money to go, build. Well, there's people living here. It's creating chaos. It's making people like not know what's going to happen next. I mean, we need a community where we feel secure. Security is a big deal in life. And I don't think you're providing a secure community. I'm sorry, I haven't been a part of this, but I've been watching and it's a little bit disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, come forward.
Hello, my name is Paula Castagna. I've lived here since 2007. I live in the Seabright area. And I'm here to discuss the density bonus height issue. And I'm very alarmed. I just learned about this.
I'm going to clarify.
Yes, I'm sorry, I got distracted. Now is the time to address the items that are on our consent agenda, which is Leonard Street, and then also the homeless garden project over on Delaware, okay? Not the downtown plan. So there will be a time for that later, and you can come back for that, okay?
I'll be back.
Okay,
as
wonderful.
They say.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak on our consent agenda? Yes, ma'am, come forward. And just so you know, people, you don't have to raise your hand and be called on. Like, you can just line up over here and come forward when you like, okay?
Good evening. My name is Margaret Gannon, and I'm a resident at De Anza Mobile Home Park, 172. Been there for about 25 years, and I'm also the president of the Homeowners Association at De Anza. I've been in this chamber many times, whether it's for the oversized vehicle. Thank you. And I'm here again. And I think the reason why I'm here is it's for the same reason. I come here and not one time in years are we talking about what are we building new for the seniors in this community in Santa Cruz. I mean, where has it been? And you have a mobile home park with about 300 of us, and there's already health and safety issues. There was just a fire at the Delaware where the fencing goes down, which separates De Anza Mobile Home Park and Natural Bridges State Beach and Park. 5-alarm fire because of a pathway. Now, we're looking at, 200 plus more places. And we already feel, unprotected and have for so many years. So I would just appreciate, I also saw the agenda and I know where this is going at the end of the evening. But if not tonight, please take this in consideration at another time about your seniors in De Anza. Thank you. And in Santa Cruz.
Thank you. Okay, that looks like the end of public comment on our consent agenda. We're going to bring it back to the commission for action and deliberation. So, do we have a motion to move the consent agenda?
I move approval of the consent agenda.
I'll second, but I'd like to add a friendly amendment. And that is that when this goes to the council, that this not be placed on the consent calendar at the city. Both of these items deserve to be heard at a public hearing with a presentation and separately.
Okay. Thank you. Again, I'll remind the public, we're not going to cheer, we're not going to affirm, we're not going to discourage people from speaking. I'll address this issue in larger format once we get to our next item, but please, for now, if you could just hold your applause and any comments that you have and just let the commission deliberate. Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor, a motion by Commissioner Kennedy, seconded by Commissioner Dan with a friendly amendment. Is friendly amendment accepted?
It's not.
Okay.
I withdraw my second.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor with Commissioner Kennedy, seconded by Commissioner Kelly. Any further discussion? Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Dan?
No.
Gordon?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Yes.
McKelvey?
Yes.
Chair Paul-Hamus?
Yes. Okay, so that is our consent agenda, and now we will move on to item number 3, which is the downtown plan expansion project. This involves citywide amendments to the downtown plan to expand the boundaries of the plan and add relevant standards. Amendments to the downtown plan to support the goals of the project, add a new appendix to the downtown plan, and also various policies, objectives, and standards for the south of Laurel area. And just so everybody is aware, Commissioner Gordon, who has a conflict tonight, is going to excuse herself. And before we get started with this item, a couple things I want to address. Number 1 is our order of operations. So, first thing that's going to happen is there's going to be a staff presentation. The commission, after the staff presentation, will ask questions. Then we will open the floor to public comment. When public comment is over, then we will return to the commission for action and deliberation. The second thing I would like to address tonight is the reason that we do not affirm or discourage people from speaking after they have spoken based on the content that they have displayed, okay? There are people here who want to address their government on what is happening. And some have never spoken before in the public, and it's a scary thing. So when people are clapping or booing others when they are speaking, that creates an atmosphere of intolerance. We are not going to have that here tonight, okay? Everybody has a right to address their government on what it's doing, and we are going to accept all perspectives and all comments, okay? Thank you. Staff, can we have a staff presentation?
Thank you, Chair Paul-Hamus, and good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Lee Butler, Director of Planning and Community Development, and we're pleased to be here before you this evening, culminating over 4 years of work, and after receiving roughly 1,500 pieces of feedback from various stakeholders. The feedback has shaped much of what we've done with this project over the past 4 years. And I've read many of the comments, all of the comments that came in for the Planning Commission hearing this evening, and wanted to respond to some of those before turning it over to my colleagues here. One of the things that we heard is that more time is desired for the review of the final environmental impact report, the final EIR. I wanted to note that the Planning Commission is not required to review the final EIR, but it was made available on Tuesday. No new impacts were identified through the comments on the draft EIR. It did not result in any new significant impacts that would have required recirculation of the EIR, nor did it substantially alter the analysis in the draft EIR. We'll talk more about that later, and we do have our full team available here to respond to any questions that the Commission may have. A large part of what we're doing in this plan centers on the downtown density bonus that is more competitive than the state density bonus. And that downtown density bonus will result in much more affordable housing than we would get today. Well more than what we get with the inclusionary ordinance, and even well more than what we get with any of the various state density bonus options. In fact, this approach is expected to lead to even more affordable units than the target, which was 20% of the gross number of units being affordable. We heard a speaker just a few moments ago expressing aesthetic concerns about the new 8-story buildings that we have in our downtown. And discretionary design review is largely removed from our process now, but the downtown density bonus approach actually gives some of that authority back to the city and allows for an architectural review committee to provide design discretion, giving an opportunity to enhance building design and aesthetics. And speaking of aesthetics, many of the letters we received tonight expressed concerns about tall buildings in our downtown. The approach we've put together incentivizes buildings to stay at 85 feet or in height or less. And if they want to become the first building in 100 years to go over 85 feet, then the plan also incentivizes projects staying at a maximum of 12 stories. Put simply, we've heard the community concerns about height and built a program that's more financially competitive than the state density bonus. And that downtown density bonus program limits building heights and provides more affordable housing, both of which are goals we've heard from the community. And we have a proposal that is in this new area, and it shows that we are actually achieving the results that we're desiring. The Ace Hardware site has submitted an application. It's seeking to use the proposed downtown density bonus. It's staying at 85 feet in height, and it's expected to result in more than 30% of the affordable, of the total units being affordable, and perhaps much more. It's got 256 parking stalls, even though we cannot require any parking. And that's because requiring parking does not mean that every project will not provide parking. I've said for over 2 years now that there are no guarantees about what will happen with state density bonus. But we have designed a program that we believe outcompetes the state density bonus while limiting heights and increasing affordability. So let's talk about the density bonus briefly. First, there's been a lot of talk about the often cited 17-story clock tower project. The prior version of that, it has been revised and is now at 85 feet. But that prior version was never reviewed for consistency with city regulations or density bonus law. It was submitted as a placeholder under SB 330 provisions. And it's not clear whether that design as proposed could have or would have been able to be approved in that form or fashion. But one thing is clear. When someone proposes to use a density bonus, we basically have to, in large part, we will have to ignore the height limits. That's clear. And that applies now, and it will apply after this project is approved, and it will be, and the limiting factor will be the floor area ratio. That's typically what is limiting our size of buildings, not the heights. The floor area ratio is the ratio of building square footage to the area of the land. And in most of the south of Laurel area, the SOLA area, the general plan currently has a 3.5 FAR. North of Laurel Street, it's a 5.0 FAR. But in the area, it's currently, most parcels are 3.5. This project would increase the development capacity on 6 parcels. That's what's being proposed in terms of the land use changes that are increasing those intensities. But otherwise, everything else wouldn't be changing. So when we talk about FAR, what it means is on a 10,000 square foot lot, if you have a 3.5 FAR on a 10,000 square foot lot, you could build 35,000 square feet under the base project. With 100% density bonus, which is what a lot of folks have expressed concerns about, with 100% state density bonus, your total estimated square footage would be around 70,000 square feet. 35,000 times 2, 70,000 square feet. Whether the base height limit is 50 feet or 85 feet doesn't matter in terms of how much square footage would ultimately be allowed. You're going to be allowed around 70,000 square feet. That said, the developer gets to choose the manner in which they arrange that, which is why the height limits don't matter. Typically, the developer is going to choose the most economically feasible way to put that building mass. So, as you go taller, for example, that's going to be more expensive, particularly if you're going over 85 feet in height where construction types change. The limited square footage, though, is why some of the pictures that were submitted in the correspondence are not accurate with respect to how the tall buildings might look. And some of those pictures also inaccurately portray the area north of Laurel as what could happen in the area south of Laurel when it relates to the density bonus. And as I mentioned before, That area has a 5.0 FAR, whereas the 3.5 FAR is substantially less. Back to the clock tower project briefly. They're not going over 85 feet in height because cost increases substantially above 85 feet in height. The construction materials have to change, and that is very costly. That's why we haven't seen buildings go over that height limit, even though they could have done so for many years with earlier versions of the state density bonus, and why we haven't seen that happen since the beginning of 2024 when the 100% state density bonus came into effect. After which time we have seen 3 additional projects come in that all are still capping out at 85 feet in height. I also want to address some of the comments that we've heard about not needing additional housing capacity. So to address that, I want to take a quick step back in time to 2017. In 2017, we had a certified housing element, and it said that we had sufficient capacity to meet our housing targets for the then 5th cycle of the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, which the RHNA is the number of units that a city must show will be reasonably built within an 8-year period. And we demonstrate that to the state, but notably, the RHNA is the floor. It's the minimum number of units needing to get built just to meet the state targets. But communities, especially communities like ours that have not produced housing, enough housing for decades, actually need more housing than what's in our RHNA numbers. And so back in 2017, we had enough capacity to meet our state targets on paper. We had a certified housing element. Our sites inventory said we were sufficient. But had we not made our own choices about how downtown should grow by increasing the FAR and the residential capacity in the area south of Cathcart, we would not have been anywhere close to meeting our RHNA targets in our last cycle. And we did that in every income category, achieving it only because we made those changes to the downtown plan and stimulated a fair number of development projects. And so 3 of those projects in the area where we made the changes counted towards our 5th cycle. We were at the early stages. We're in the early stages of the 6th cycle now. But equally important to those 3 projects is that we have more projects coming online in that same area that are going to count towards this current cycle. And then we've got the Library Affordable Housing Project. We've got 530 Center, for example. Those will likely count, the library for sure, 530 Center, hopefully, in this RHNA cycle. And then we have more projects that are just starting and that haven't come to us, like the Sherman-Williams hasn't come to us, and we've got some projects on the west side of Pacific that have started, others that haven't. Those are going to go in later cycles because it takes a long time for redevelopment to happen. And so the changes that you're considering tonight will hopefully help meet our current RHNA goals, likely with a project or 2, maybe 3. But really what we're looking at is meeting the goals of not just this cycle, but future RHNA cycles, next cycle, and the cycle after that, and the cycle after that. We aren't just planning for 8-year increments. The development cycle from inquiry to occupancy is barely shorter than that. We plan for the immediate future and also for many decades out, because redevelopment takes shape over decades, especially knowing that housing demand is not going away and neither are future RHNA targets. Downtown is the best place for us to build our highest intensity uses with nearby access to jobs, goods, services, transit, and entertainment. And we need increased housing capacity to meet our current and future needs. With that introduction, I'd like to turn it over to our project team. We've got Sarah Noisy as a senior planner and our consultant, Bill Wiseman. We also have a whole range of other individuals from our team with our water department, our public works department, our economic development and housing and city manager's office. We're happy to answer any questions as we proceed.
Thanks, Lee. Oh, do I have to turn this on? Oh, now it is. Is there a light that turns on? Okay. I will speak. No, I got it.
This one's
Got it. I think everything's good. So thank you, Lee, for that introduction. Believe it or not, we have more to say about the project. So thank you, everyone, for being here. I really just want to appreciate everyone spending their evening with us and sending your correspondence in. It was thoughtful, it was considered, and I hope that we can respond to a lot of the concerns that we heard as we go through the presentation tonight, following up on what Lee said. So to get started, I'll introduce myself. My name's Sarah Noisy. I'm a senior planner here working in the Advanced Planning Division for the City of Santa Cruz. I am joined by my manager, Matt Van Wah, in addition to our planning director, Lee Butler, who just introduced himself. And then also, this project has really been supported by Kimley Horn, by Bill Wiseman, sitting next to me here, who's going to help me with our presentation today. So, to orient everyone, we are talking about this area that's shown in red on the project screen. So this is the area south of Laurel, goes down to the roundabout at Pacific and Center, and then up, captures 2 parcels up on Center Street. This area is currently part of the Beach South of Laurel area plan, which is shown in the green line here on your screen. That encompasses the beach flats and the rest of the south of Laurel area. And then shown in blue here is the existing boundary of the downtown plan. So it goes down to Laurel Street and stops there. So this project to expand the boundaries of the downtown plan will add this project area south of Laurel, these 29 acres, to that downtown plan. So our project consists of pieces that achieve that goal, that take this area and make it part of the downtown plan, bring it into compliance and being governed by that plan. So I just want to remind everyone of the community outreach that has happened as part of this project over the last 4 years, 3 or 4 years. We kicked off with our first community workshop in November of 2021 after we had done a lot of background work at the staff level, and that, you can just see here on the screen that we've had several opportunities for folks to provide comment, to help shape the plan, to react to proposals. Those proposals have shifted and changed over time in response to both community sentiment and in addition to direction from our public hearing bodies, both Planning Commission and City Council. We also have a CEQA process that's happening alongside this, an environmental review process that's happening alongside this that also involves community outreach and input. So we're going to start with just kind of a big overview of what's covered in this whole big package of a project, because there are a lot of different pieces that go together. So first of all, just sort of fundamentally, there are 2 documents that really make up the heart of what we refer to as the downtown plan expansion. There is a proposal to add a new appendix to the downtown plan, a new Appendix 8, that describes the South of Laurel area district, and really focuses on the public spaces and the public realm amenities that would go along with that. Bill's going to talk about that in a minute. And then we also made some amendments to Chapter 4 of our existing downtown plan. That's where we have our specific standards and guidelines that govern private development on private property. And I'll be discussing those later on in the presentation. So this whole project has really been guided by these objectives that were set by the City Council back in 2021. So we're focusing on adding housing, we're creating opportunities for public amenities and new infrastructure. We want to connect our downtown with the San Lorenzo River and with the beach. This has been a decades-long desire expressed in multiple different city documents to better connect the downtown with the beach and the river. As that happens, we are also looking at creating new economic opportunities, both for businesses and for workers. Our downtown is a major hub of employment within the city limits. We want to keep that presence of employment opportunities and business opportunities in our downtown. We have a great team in economic development that's working really hard on that. Also, as new development happens, it does generate new tax revenue that helps to support the city services that benefit all of our residents and visitors. We also, of course, want to focus on mobility. This part of town is a major east-west cross area where folks from the west side are coming to go over to the east side of town. Laurel Street is one of our highest volume roadways in the city, so accommodating that existing and need for mobility and accommodating pedestrians and bicycles in a better way is one of the big goals that we're working toward. And then lastly, we do want to create an opportunity for our Santa Cruz Warriors to build themselves a permanent arena rather than the sort of glorified tent they've been in for 13 years. So that is also an allowance that's created. So I just want to review the direction that we've gotten at City Council at a couple of key points. So a lot of you may remember that in January of 2023, right after Mayor Keeley came into office, the City Council passed some direction to staff to shift the direction that we had been going in with the downtown plan and focus on achieving the following three goals: that we are planning for 1,600 units while studying in the EIR 1,800 units, that we are, after a 50% density bonus, achieving a 20% rate of affordable housing. So that is much higher than the rate of affordable housing that happens through the state density bonus. And then lastly, that we would limit to the greatest extent possible the heights of new buildings to no more than 12 stories in height. Following that direction, in June of last year, when we brought the draft of the plan forward to a joint session of Planning Commission and City Council, there was some direction provided by consensus to retain the 3.5 floor area ratio, FARs, for most of the project area. So that's this piece that Lee was talking about earlier. The floor area ratio really governs the size that buildings can be, like how much. It's essentially a measure of volume of a building. So how many floors can a building have? How much square footage can be inside it? And then there are 6 parcels on 3 different blocks that are not currently at a 3.5 floor area ratio. And so the direction from council was to raise those 3 blocks to match the surrounding neighborhood. And you'll see that in some of the maps when we look at them later, that a lot of the area isn't changing in terms of general plan and zoning. Well, that's not, zoning is changing everywhere, but the general plan, most of the area isn't changing with the general plan. There's just these 3 locations that are changing. And blocks B, D, and H will make more sense when we show you the block map with those labels. And now I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Bill Wiseman, to present the rest of the concept of the plan.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, commissioners and public. And the mouse, I get everything. Good evening. So Sarah talked about there's an Appendix 8 and then there's Chapter 4. So the Appendix 8 is the conceptual plan. So we might think of it as a master plan or a specific plan. It really lays out the vision. So this is the long-term guidance of what the area is going to redevelop as. And we're talking over the next 15, 20, maybe even 25 years. So what I'm going to do is talk about what the big picture concept is as far as guiding future development. So Appendix 8 is going to have illustrations, which I'm showing you, as well as policies. And the policies are what the staff is going to be using to help to implement the project as it goes forward. And then there's also street cross sections, et cetera, that help to guide the public realm. So the big concept here is basically within the 29 acres and really focused in those 4 blocks that I'm going to show you here as blocks, redevelopment blocks A, B, C, and D. That's really the heart and core of the whole project. And for reference, Block D is where the current arena is. And the idea is to create an entertainment district. So it's going to have a mixed use, a vibrant area, public spaces where the community can come and gather before and after events used at the future arena, depending on where it's located. and really create an extension of what we've got with the existing downtown. In this graphic, you see the light yellow or brownish colors. Those are the redevelopment parcels, so we're referring to these letters throughout, particularly blocks C and D. And some parcels were excluded, for example, where 555 is on Pacific. That's a new building. So newer buildings, or for where there's hotels that were significant and relatively newer, those were purposely excluded from development because it wasn't envisioned that they're going to be redeveloped in the near future. So first, we'll talk a little bit about the existing and proposed circulation. So there's a number of changes that help to really improve not only the vehicular transit circulation, but probably even more importantly, the pedestrian circulation. So you'll see here the highlights with the yellow show two-way circulation, and that's primarily along Pacific in front and Laurel Street. And then what I'm going to talk about in a second is the one-way out with Laurel Street extension. So the primary core here is to look at Spruce Street Plaza, to open that up as a public plaza, and to also create a connection, a much more meaningful connection with the riverfront itself. So rather than having the current Laurel Street extension that extends in this area along here from Spruce Street going south, is to open that up and not have a roadway that's basically becoming a border, if you will, between the riverfront and the rest of the development area. So really activate that. So the goal here is to look at Spruce Street Plaza as being the primary driver for how that's going to open up. So I'll talk a little bit next then about the community spaces and how this circulation plan is going to function. So community spaces, primarily the big driver here is on Spruce Street. So Spruce Street connects between Pacific Avenue and out to the river. So it creates a spine, if you will. And the idea here is to widen the right-of-way and create a plaza space that connects directly, kind of an east-west spine between that and the riverfront. And then to also improve the riverfront itself along the levee. I'm going to talk about each of these components. So with the Spruce Street Plaza, what's envisioned is a very activated area with a public realm. So it's used both for community events, for what happens before and after the any event that happens at the new arena. And for context here, the picture in the upper left, that's showing you a scale of what that plaza would look like. So we're not looking so much at the buildings per se, but it's an actual development of a plaza that's approximately the same width. So it shows you how that could engage with the interactivity with the buildings. And then also you'll notice there's even some stairs in here. So we have some grade change, so how we deal with the transition from Front Street in particular out to the levee, which is up about, 10, 15 feet. So how are you dealing with transition spaces? This just provides a good example of what that might look like. So the connection then from Spruce Street out to the plaza, from the Spruce Street Plaza out to the riverfront. There's only so much that can be done because you've got a levee and there's the Army Corps of Engineers, so we really can't do too much on what I would call the river side of the levee, but on the other side, the pathways can be improved, and then have that connection, maybe a small plaza or some connections and improvements with Spruce Street, and then along the buildings, north and south, future buildings, so that you really activate the riverfront. The idea is eyes on it, maybe restaurants, et cetera, not untypical or similar to what is happening with redevelopment north of Laurel Street. For Pacific Avenue, the primary concepts here are to incorporate traffic control features, for example, removable bollards, and that could allow Pacific Avenue to be opened periodically for community events, outdoor dining, and civic activities. So it's really acts as an extension of the public realm within Spruce Street. To incorporate shared curb space, particularly on the west side of Pacific Avenue for drop-off and pickup, if the arena is indeed located on Block C, which is between Front and Pacific Avenue. And then to design the sidewalks to incorporate outdoor uses, particularly restaurants, for example. and enhance the sidewalks with paving, street trees, benches, bike racks, et cetera. So create a nice urban street furniture, nice urban experience. Front Street would have ground floor commercial uses. They're envisioned to include uses that would serve in addition to the community at large, but also maybe a focus for the adjacent residents. Provide shared curb space for drop-off and pickup near the arena, and to consolidate vehicular access for buildings so you don't have a lot of curb cuts. We're recognizing that Front Street still needs to operate as not a thoroughfare, but certainly it accommodates more traffic, it's got transit, et cetera, so it needs to function to accommodate vehicular movement. So Laurel Street Extension, which would be relocated to the south side of Block D. So this realignment would occur only after the relocation of the residents and closure of Front Street Residential Care Facility, and that's consistent with city and state regulations. So there were comments in the environmental review, and there's obvious concerns about displacement. So that would be done in a coordinated manner and consistent with city regulations and state law. And then improvements to the sidewalk, and particularly on the north side, to really create, you've kind of got an interesting aspect here because you've got the cliff on the south side and buildings on the north side in the future. So it creates a nice sort of intimate roadway experience is how we're envisioning that, with low traffic volumes, but to create a nice, environment that's a little bit more inclusive and tucked in, if you will, is how I see it. On Pacific Avenue, where Pacific Avenue meets Front Street, it's envisioned to be a roundabout there. And this would include separated one-way bike lanes and pedestrian crossings. Right now, it's fairly, it's a bit unsafe at that south end. There's a lot of angles going on. It's big, et cetera. So really to improve that with a roundabout to help control the traffic and integrate it with the pedestrians, and also it really will serve as a significant gateway to the whole south of Laurel area from the south. So features could include a significant art sculpture, trees or other monument as a centerpiece within the roundabout. And then because it's a little bit tightly constrained, working with adjacent landowners to try to make sure that there's enough right-of-way if necessary. And then construction of that would occur either with the redevelopment of Block C or through some sort of capital improvement planning. So the timing on that is going to be important. So the arena will be located at present at either Block D, where it is currently, or on Block C. And that's envisioned to be a 3,200 fixed seat arena with 3,200 fixed seats or 4,000 temporary seats. It's about a 30% increase, just for context for what's out there now. It's going to include not just the arena, but also a secondary practice court, locker, team support facilities, food merchandising, and some administrative facilities. So it's larger than the existing because it's going to accommodate the needs for the Warriors as well as other events. And those events can be not just basketball games, but what you really got here is an ability to host, more musical events. One, because it's larger, so you're going to get a bigger venues, as well as community and civic events. And from an architectural standpoint, there's policies in to incorporate high quality materials. So the idea is to really make it a significant new, interesting and beautiful building within the area, to really act as an anchor, to make it really a distinctive architectural landmark for the city. And then lastly, as far as civic or community space improvements, we talked about the connectivity to the beach area, and this would primarily occur, or as a spine, if you will, connection along Cliff Drive. So this would be from the stairway at the top up south out to the boardwalk. And the improvements are relatively minor. What's envisioned is pedestrian improvements to improve safety and access, particularly at the intersections and along sidewalks, and to improve the parking. It's kind of a little bit of a mixed bag out there. So there's some easy fixes there to improve the parking and make it a little bit more consistent. And lastly, I just want to talk a little bit about pedestrian and bicycle circulation. So there's a real focus on improving the circulation space to make it pedestrian friendly. So as an entertainment district, it's going to have a lot of people and how that functions. So widening the sidewalks and providing connections with crosswalks, separated bike lanes, multi-use paths, for example, along the levee that connect the downtown and the beach area and circulation within the project area itself. There's also policies for addressing both short-term and long-term parking, long-term and short-term bike parking. So that way, if there's an event, you might have bike valet, for example, which they have up at the Chase Arena as an example. And trying to do the parking that's maybe integrated also with working with a community, for example, in collaboration with the bike church that's currently out there. So that's an overview of the concept. So I'm going to hand it back to Sarah, and she's going to talk about all the goodies, if you will, that are in Chapter 4, which is the development standards and the more kind of regulatory component.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. So in Chapter 4, we are adding several new maps. We're kind of redoing some of the maps that are in there to incorporate the proposed addition. So this just shows all of the existing areas in our downtown. We regulate land uses by district or area in our downtown plan, and then we also have specific development and design guidelines that apply to each one of these areas. So south of Laurel area is one of those is being added and shown here in blue. So this is another map we're adding showing the floor area ratio. So I just want to reiterate, this is the place where we get our increase in capacity and housing capacity. What is shown here is that north of Laurel, the existing downtown is allowed to go up to a 5 FAR. So that means if you cover 100% of a site, border to border, no parking, no open space, no, articulation of the building, that's a 5-story building, right? So that a floor area ratio is a 1-story building that covers 100% of the site. A floor area ratio of 5, a 5-story building that covers 100% of the site. So typically buildings don't cover 100% of the site. They make space for parking. They make space for trash collection. They articulate the building. They include open space for their residents. And so they take that floor area ratio and smush it around so it becomes a taller building and that is more articulated and more functional, right? So just in terms of how floor area ratios and height limits kind of work together, you need both to really kind of shape a building form. So the key piece here to notice is that the south of Laurel area is a lower FAR. It's 3.5 FAR. And you'll see later when I get to the general plan maps, that's consistent with what lots of it is right now. So in terms of the additional housing capacity that's actually being added here, when we assume an arena is going to go on one of these properties, we are talking about adding 130 more housing units on the base density than what is currently allowed. So if you look at that with a 50% density bonus, currently they could go to this area could get to a 1,400 unit development capacity if every single site developed with housing and it all used a 50% density bonus. And under our proposal, that could get up to 1,590, which is pretty consistent with that 1,600 number that council asked us to study. I also just want to point out here, if you run the numbers on this, we're talking here about, it's a number, it's like 23.5% or something. This is less than a 25% increase in housing capacity in our downtown. So in terms of thinking about places where we could be adding housing capacity and the rate at which we're adding that housing capacity, adding a 25% increase in our downtown seems like good planning, principally. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear about those numbers. Yes, right. This is the number that we're studying. We were directed 1,600. We're getting very close there. So building heights. This is, I think, where a lot of people start to get a little worried. And we've just been talking about how building height doesn't dictate how much building gets built. It's the floor area ratio. So you might ask yourself, why have different height limits if they all have the same floor area ratio? It's a very good question. What this allows us to do is to telegraph to developers that we have different priorities for these different properties. This shows that our intention as a city is to keep the buildings that are on the west side of Pacific Avenue shorter. We are proposing here a 50-foot height limit for most of these small parcels that are on the west side of Pacific Avenue. Where we do anticipate that more development could happen and would be more appropriate is on kind of these 4 core blocks that we've been talking about, A, B, C, and D, that are east of Pacific Avenue, between Pacific Avenue and the river. And so there you see that we are allowing for greater height. It's not more building area, but it is kind of a greater height limit that indicates we as a city are more interested in seeing more intense development happen on those properties. It also, just with a different height limit and the same FAR, you can get a more kind of creative building, right? So you can have a building that maybe doesn't take up the whole property and incorporates some other features or aspects. Maybe it's more articulated. Maybe maybe they're incorporating open space, or maybe they're having more parking. I don't know how they want to use their space, but it just allows for more options when you have greater height with the same FAR. So just a zoomed in view of that same map. So again, we have areas here that are limited to 70 feet adjacent to Beach Hill, just to kind of indicate that there should be some kind of step down as we get closer to Beach Hill on the south ends of these 2 blocks here between Pacific Street and Pacific Avenue and the river. And then again, here's our 50-foot proposed limit on the west side of Pacific, and then 70-foot proposed limit on this lower part here. So there are many other pieces that go into like creating the policy context for allowing the downtown plan to be expanded in the way that we are proposing. So your packet also includes, and the project includes, some amendments to the text of the general plan, some amendments to the text of our local coastal program, or LCP, amendments to the land use map that is in this area identical between the general plan and the LCP, amendments to our municipal code, our zoning ordinance. We are also rezoning all of these parcels to be part of the downtown. So we're making an amendment to the zoning map. We're amending both the text and the boundary map of the beach south of Laurel comprehensive area plan to basically remove this part, the project area, from that plan's jurisdiction. And then, of course, we're also amending the text of the downtown plan and the boundary map of the downtown plan. So here's our general plan map. There's a lot of color here. Our GIS guy really likes to just go full on with the coloring on the map. So what's shown here on the left is our existing, this is our existing general plan land use designation map. So the areas shown in red are our regional visitor commercial land. It applies to most of the land in our downtown. That in this area, that carries with it a 3.5 floor area ratio. You'll notice there are these 3 places, 1, 2, this is one block, this is block D here. It's a mix of residential high, so this is residential high density, and this is residential medium density here and over here on block H. So these areas shown in the various brown colors are proposed to turn red with the project. That's where we're getting this 23% increase in capacity for the whole neighborhood. It's because of the change that's happening on these 3 blocks, these 6 parcels. And then so here's our zoning map. A big chunk of this area is currently zoned in the CBD sub-district E zone district, which will basically go away. This is the only neighborhood where that zone district is used. So by bringing this area into the downtown plan, we rezone it with the CBD, Central Business District, Zone District, and that eliminates the CBDE sub-district. So there's also some parcels down here. These are zoned RTC in the Beach South of Laurel plan. So that's like another beach commercial land use designation. And then of course the 3 sites that have the general plan for mid-density and high-density housing are also shown here in brown, same kind of zoning. So the Beach South of Laurel area plan, current boundary shown here in blue, incorporates South of Laurel all the way over to past Myrtle Street here. I actually don't know what that, anyway. And so we're just proposing to adjust the boundary to remove the South of Laurel area and make it part of the downtown plan instead. So one of the biggest pieces, one of the most important pieces of policy, sorry, I'm just gonna adjust this real quick. Pieces of policy that we have in this proposal, this is part of the amendments that we're making to the downtown plan chapter 4, is to create a program that we're calling the downtown density bonus. So this is the policy that really executes on the council direction to keep heights low, to seek to produce a maximum of 1,600 units, to keep the 3.5 FAR, and to achieve that 20%.
This is reversed. Option B is 8-story. Option A is 12-story.
Oh, okay.
It's just confusing. It's okay. You can just.
Okay, let's just, okay, thank you. Thanks for that note. Okay, let's just note that I have inverted these two. So B is A and A is B. I apologize. I'll correct the slide before we post it. So we're trying to achieve this goal of getting a higher rate of below market rate housing while keeping heights low and building, like creating opportunities to really actually build the housing that we need. I mean, a lot of the stuff that goes into our housing element that we see in our arena, it's about what we're zoned for. Not everything is equally attractive to developers to get built, right? Certain types of housing is really expensive to create. Places where we can create an economy of scale through density are going to be more attractive to actually get built and actually meet the housing needs that we have today. So just meeting the minimum numbers isn't really it. If it's not stuff that's actually going to get built, it's not going to help our housing situation. So this policy is really trying to get at that. So there are 2 options that are included with this policy. And I'll just remind everyone, the goal with this policy is to compete with the state density bonus. So we are trying to create an option here that is more attractive to developers than using the state density bonus because we lose so much control when the state density bonus is used. So option A here, which is B everywhere else, is that if developers stay to an 8-story or 85-foot height limit, there is no limit on the FAR. It could be a 100% bonus, it could be a 125% bonus, depending on the site and how they arrange their building and how they, kind of how they figure it out. So that could potentially be even more than the state 100% density bonus, as long as they stay to that 8-story maximum. The second option, if they want to exceed that, maybe there's some, reason at some point in the future where it's both financially feasible and sort of preferable to increase the height. We do have an option to allow for that, to go up to 12 stories or 145 feet in height. But then you're limiting that to a maximum bonus of 75%. So that would take a 3.5 FAR to a 6.125 FAR. So there's a lot of numbers in this downtown density bonus. I'm going to go through this a little bit slowly because I actually think the numbers can get a little bit overwhelming and confusing, and this really is just such a key part of our policy. So the way that the bonuses are taken by the developers is as a bonus on the floor area ratio. So you have, a floor area ratio of 10,000, that of your lot size of 10,000 square feet, you take, whatever FAR you can fit in your height limit, you can kind of take that 10,000 square feet and turn it into whatever you can design, really, as long as you stick to that height limit. The way that we are, therefore, that makes it a little bit difficult to calculate the requirement for below market rate housing in the same way that we do for other density bonus projects where we have base plans, right? So typically when we do density bonus, we get a set of base plans, we count how many units are in the base zoning, and we calculate, this is how much housing, of below market rate housing the developer is going to have to provide based on those base plans. In this option, with the downtown density bonus, we wouldn't be requiring base plans because we're just going to set requirements for below market rate housing based on the total project. So what we did was we kind of envisioned, for simple math, a 100-unit project. What you see here is 15 rows of 10 units. So on a 100-unit project, if you had a 20% inclusion, our 20% inclusionary requirement, if you had a 20% requirement for low-income units, you would have 20 units of housing that are at low income. If you had a 12% requirement for moderate income households, you would have 12 units for moderate income. So we have this dark, I apologize, this dark green is kind of hard to see, but there's these two rows are in dark green. Those are our low income units. In light green here, these are our moderate income units. So then you take all of that and you do the math, knowing that it's actually 150 units that are being developed, and what we're netting is 13.3% inclusionary units for low income and 8% units at the moderate income level. So for a total of 21.3 housing units that are going to be at below market rate cost to residents. For comparison, the state density bonus doesn't get close to that. There's also an option in the downtown density bonus to do off-site development. So instead of building them on-site as part of the project, we could envision a developer building them on another property. So that property would have to be either part of the downtown within half a mile or somewhere else in the coastal zone of the city. So if they choose to put them off-site, they're going to have to provide a higher number of units. In this case, it was 40% of our 100-unit base project. Works out to be 26.7% of the total 150-unit project, or however many unit project. It's 26.7% of however many units they are putting on the market rate site. And then, also I'll just mention, if when units go off site, they are all low income. There are no moderate income units included, so these are all low income. And then what we know about financing a 100% affordable project is that these are then typically subsidized to an even deeper level in order to be competitive for tax credits and federal grants. And then lastly, we do include an option to pay an in lieu fee. So to pay a fee based on the square footage of the building that's part of housing units. So the fee isn't assessed on commercial space on the ground floor. It's not assessed on corridors. It's just the fee is assessed on what's inside the housing units. And we think this is a good option to include because it allows us to have potentially a real source of funding for affordable housing. And when the city can have their own money to support the development of affordable housing, that allows us to put different restrictions on those units than we can get when we have to take federal money. So with federal money, you can't include a local preference so that these units go to folks who already live or work in Santa Cruz. That has to be fair housing, so they have to be generally available units when you're taking federal money. If we could get enough money where we could run our own funding, then we can create a program that allows us to have a set aside for Santa Cruz residents, which is something our council is very interested in doing. So we did include that option. I will just also acknowledge the way that we kind of tuned this policy. We think that the most attractive option for most development sites is going to be that they build the units on site. then the next most attractive option will be that they build the units offsite. And then lastly will be the in lieu fee option. I say all that. We also have one additional option that we're considering right now that we will want to talk to you about. But first, I'll get to that in just a second, but just hold that in the back of your mind. There's one more option that we are thinking about. So I just want to have this clear comparison between the downtown density bonus that we're proposing as part of this plan and the state density bonus that exists today, has existed for years, will continue to exist in the future. So when we look at the building height maximum, yes, we have in the downtown density bonus a maximum of 12 stories, 145 feet. For a lot of reasons, we don't think that's super likely in the immediate future, and it could happen, right? So we want to make an accommodation for that and account for that. With the state density bonus, there's functionally no height limit. You can't apply a height limit that would limit, prevent construction of the entitled number of housing units. Then comparing affordability with our downtown density bonus, we're going to get a minimum of 21.3% of the units for low and moderate income if they're on site, or a minimum of 26.7% low income if the units are built off site. With the state density bonus, you get a maximum of somewhere between 13 and 17.5% based on, which option in that state density bonus are they choosing. And then those range from very low to and moderate. So there is a wider range of income levels supported in the state density bonus, but it's not as many units. You're not getting as high a percentage of below market rate units. And our direction from council was really to hit that percentage. And so, the tool that you have to play with when you're trying to come up with something that's going to work better and therefore be more attractive and more likely to be selected, that's kind of the lever you have to pull, is that those rent levels. We're also including at least 3 options for how to achieve the density bonus. In the state density bonus, the units just have to be built on site. There's no other choice. And then in terms of the bonus that is offered to the developers, as I've mentioned, there's an unlimited FAR if developers keep their height to that 85-foot maximum. Whereas with the state density bonus, they're always going to be limited by some, objective number calculation. And then lastly, a really key part of the downtown density bonus policy is that it incorporates an architectural review committee, which is essentially a committee of peer architects to review these development proposals, because we don't have design standards for buildings that are of this scale. And with an unlimited FAR, there is sort of this challenge of how do you handle bulk? How are we not just getting straight up 85-foot boxes with no articulation? And that's something that's very hard to write standards around and accommodate in a way that still allows for an unlimited FAR. So because this is an option for developers, they're not required to do the downtown density bonus, right? Because this is just an optional program, we can incorporate some subjective review again, which we have basically lost when it comes to reviewing housing projects. We don't have the ability to do subjective design review anymore. Having this process allows us to kind of bring that back in, and we think that this gives the developers some comfort knowing that it's going to be peer architects and not just staff providing this as subjective review of the designs. But we're really optimistic that that will allow us to come up with really good solutions to make sure that these buildings are contributing positively to the urban environment. Okay, so I mentioned earlier, there may be one other option that we are kind of working on to allow to achieve the downtown density bonus. So the 3 options we currently have, on-site, off-site, or an in lieu fee. And we are thinking about adding a 4th option that would allow for land dedication. So this would be in a case where a developer was going to choose an off-site and for whatever reason is unable to perform at developing the units, which could happen. The funding for affordable housing is a little uncertain, honestly, right now with the current administration. We don't know where that funding is going to go in the next several years. So there can be some challenges with getting those offsite units developed. So if a developer wanted to pursue a land dedication, we haven't worked out the details on this, but we would want to see a significantly increased size of site. So instead of just having it be only exactly big enough for those 26.7% of units, we would want to make sure that it was something much more than that to just really make sure we were getting a good deal. We also would need to have some cost recovery for our staff time to make sure we're not double subsidizing these projects by, also providing staff time in addition to providing the density bonus, right? So we would be looking to add some language around paying for staff to do the project management to get the affordable housing built. We still think this would be a good use of city time because we as a city, as a public agency, kind of have more leverage in terms of getting public money, and we have staff that understand how that process works and are really efficient and good at doing it. So if we can get some compensation for their time, we think it could actually work out better for everyone and get more of that housing built. And then, of course, we would also ask for a payment upfront to cover the permit fees for that future affordable housing development, just to make sure that we're not, again, subsidizing those fees at some later date. So that's something that we're going to be asking your commission to add into your recommendation later, that we pursue this and work out the details before we get to City Council next month. And now I'm going to hand it back to Bill to talk about our environmental review.
Okay, I'll just go briefly here. So the EIR, basically it's a subsequent EIR that was prepared, so we call it an SEIR, and it's subsequent to the Downtown Plan Amendment EIR that was done in 2017. The document was out for public review, the draft SER, from January to February, so it was a 45-day comment period. We got 74 letters, about 400 comments, and we got them from agencies, community organizations, and the general public. And the final EIR was put together and published on April 15th. There were a lot of comments, and this is a summary of the major comments that we rolled into what's called master responses, because there was repeated emphasis on certain topics. So those are listed here. I would say the number one and by far the most comments were on the CEQA analysis in context to the state density bonus law. And then there was other issues related to water supply, climate impact, with, for example, sea level rise, and the rest of them that you can see listed here. As far as the kind of what does the environmental impact report say as far from an impact standpoint? So there was a significant unavoidable impact, and that related to cultural resources, because there are some historic or potentially historic buildings on site. So even though there are mitigation measures to address historic resources, they can't be fully mitigated. So under EIR CEQA speak, those are called significant and unavoidable impacts. There were significant impacts that did require mitigation. Those related to air quality / greenhouse gas emissions, biology, and cultural resources. There were mitigations that were included for that. And then the remaining resources, there was either less than significant or no impact. Back to Sarah. Thank you.
Okay, so this is we've made it. We're here at the end. So this is our recommendation that's printed in your packet. Includes two pieces. So we are recommending that your commission recommend to the City Council that they certify the final subsequent environmental impact report and adopt all of the various amendments as included in the packet. And then beyond these two, we are asking to add to the motion recommendation to include the downtown density bonus land dedication option as discussed, and we're open to any feedback or guidance or thoughts you have on that as we finalize that. Should your commission make this recommendation, we'd be interested in your thoughts and feedback as we work on refining that between the quick turnaround between now and when we go to City Council, because my staff report is due tomorrow. And then we're also looking to add a policy relating to pedestrian, bike, and transit enhancements that was brought up to us by Commissioner Kelly, and we kind of worked through some language. So I'm going to show you right now a whole bunch of text that relates to pedestrian, bike, and transit enhancements, and this is something that we are recommending we add into the Appendix 8 in the section that's kind of right before the street cross sections. I'm not going to read this to you. I'm going to let you take a few minutes to absorb. That, we're available for any questions you have.
Okay, thank you so much for that staff report. This will be the time now for commissioners to ask questions of staff. Is there any questions? Are there any questions for staff from commissioners? Commissioner McKelvey, we'll just go down the line here.
First, I don't think most of us, the public, are able to understand how much work this takes, how much just tenacity over such a long period of time and dealing with so many variables, tying into old plans, trying to leave enough open-endedness so that you can improve it later. I thank you so much for all the work you've done so far, and everyone knows there's much more to go. I think it's important to I have a question about, I just want to make sure that this is true, that, for instance, if you take your block diagram with the sort of nominal floor area ratio totals, if you then take out one block, say the one next to the river, for the arena, that density is going to get pushed into those other blocks. Is that correct? Or are you saying, go ahead.
No, that's not how it would work. So the proposal is that we're zoning the sites. They're all getting the same zoning. The arena might go on any site. And I mean, this is pretty typical in planning, right? That there are a variety of uses that are allowed. Housing is only one of them. So, you know, there could be no housing built here. That's certainly not our goal, right? And it's not what we expect, and it's not what is reasonably foreseeable. It's not what we're seeing happen in the rest of the downtown, but there are lots of commercial uses that are allowed throughout the downtown. So we're just zoning each individual site, and we're not going to be transferring any density from a property if the arena goes there.
Okay, so for any use, the housing, commercial, whatever it is, it's going to just remain?
Yes.
Okay. For the affordability options, are the off-site units intended to be built by developers or turned over to nonprofits, or is that an open-ended process as well, so that it is, you know, maybe another version of an in lieu fee, or is it something that, is there any thought on that currently?
Yeah, thanks for that question. That's like really important because we want to, I mean, our main goal is to get the housing built. The below market rate housing is the housing we have the greatest need for. So the way the policy is written is that anticipates that either the developer is providing those or they are partnering with a city-approved nonprofit developer to produce those units. And then at the end of that process, the land is transferred to the city and the units are transferred to that nonprofit partner or some other nonprofit manager if they haven't been involved with development.
Okay. For design review, is there any kind of guardrail for how much sort of discretionary review is going to be allowed for a developer? I mean, what is going to incentivize them to come to the table if they can simply say, oh, state law says I can do this and I don't need to, engage in this whole other process? Because even if there are, I think, significant financial incentives and FAR, physical benefits, the process sometimes drives those decisions. Is there any kind of guardrail being considered for that, or that's a very complicated process? So.
Yeah, for sure. So what we have in place right now is a set of guidelines that we actually worked with a subcommittee of your commission to create that to sort of give some guidance to the Architectural Review Committee in terms of what to look for, what to kind of ask for and consider. We do say specifically, you can't ask for less height. If they're allowed to go to 85 feet, they're allowed to go to 85 feet. So, yeah, I mean, I guess you could say, like, in terms of, like, what's a really firm guardrail, it's really that height is going to continue to be allowed.
It's not a length of time or number of reviews or some kind of process-oriented limit, or is it just a matter of bullet points on the building?
So the way that it's written up right now, we do have, we are kind of contemplating that it's a limited term. It can happen either at the pre-application stage or later, but it needs to be at some point where the idea is, conceptualized sufficiently to allow that kind of review. We could talk about if there should be a limit on like the number of meetings. It's sort of envisioned to be one, but we do have a clause in there that says if the planner feels like we haven't gotten enough feedback or the feedback required kind of significant redrafting that they could kind of reconvene. So we could talk about putting some guardrails on like, no more than 3 times or like, no, whatever. We're open to that kind of feedback. We don't have that in there right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we'll talk about it in the discussion, but these are just questions. And then the last one I had was, is there anything that we're trying to implement where pedestrian, bike, and transit enhancements also work on the levee, trying to treat the levee as a often visited and often transited component of all those things? Is there anything specifically about that, or is it just kind of we're setting goals and however they're implemented, that's what we do?
Yeah, we do. Let me just go back to our levee. Sorry. Close your eyes, you'll get dizzy. So where are we here? Levee. Here we go, the Riverwalk. So we do include in the plan this cross section. The details on this might be a little small to read on the screen, but this isn't regulatory specifically, but it does sort of identify the total amount of space that we want to see created there. How that space is allocated might shift over time, might shift between now and when development actually happens. And you can see that the goal here is to have areas for pedestrians to be spilling out of buildings and adjacent to buildings, areas for bicycles to be having through traffic, and then areas for pedestrians to be directly adjacent to the river so you can pause and linger and look out over the river without being in the way of commuting cyclists. So that is kind of the vision, and that's described in policy language and then also kind of communicated here through the cross-section.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, Vice Chair Dan, any questions?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, there is a lot of great things about this plan, but because we have a lot of people who want to ask questions, I'm not going to go on and on about the great things, but I'll just mention one, and the bike and pedestrian enhancements in this area, I think, will be exceptional if it gets built out. So I just want to appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into that. But my first question is about the ARC, the Architectural Review Committee. So I'm going to start on page 112 with the Chapter 4 document. And correct me if I'm wrong, but my read, starting at section little h, it reads to me as if the ARC can recommend to the council greater heights than above 85 and 145 feet. Is that correct? Am I reading correctly?
Yeah, there are kind of limited circumstances. The council would remain the final decision maker, right? But it does allow for, if there's a better design, if they put a pitched roof on something, or if, lower one part of the building and then therefore need to increase it elsewhere, we're open to considering that.
So open to considering greater than 12 stories?
In limited circumstances, and again, council would remain final decision maker. Yeah.
Okay. I just think that should be highlighted and so that's for the public. You can find that on page 112. Okay. And then on page 126, there's a section that says that the downtown density bonus is only available for rental units.
That's correct.
Why would it not be available for condos or for sale units?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Thank you for that question. So a lot of it, the economics that go into scaling the state density bonus, there are a lot of options. So the state density bonus, when you look at the table, you could do 5% include below market rate and get a small bonus. And it goes 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%. So it ticks up very incrementally and scales the bonus that you get to the amount of below market rate that you're providing, right? That is really complicated calculation to do. And it's different. Those ratios of cost are different for sale units and rental units, which has to do with lending criteria and the way that we create below market rate ownership units. There's not really a short answer to this, but I'm going to try to give you a short answer. The short answer is essentially that the calculations for doing market rate housing get much harder to compete with the state density bonus. We're not sure we can create something that would be better than what the state allows for sale housing because of those levels of affordability. There's not as much of a gap to meet, right? So those below market rate housing, for sale housing, they don't do that for very low income households. They can't qualify for a loan. And so you can't create for sale housing for that demographic, unfortunately. You can create rental housing. You can create rental housing for low income at certain levels and for moderate income at certain levels. So there's kind of no room for us to raise the income level in order to meet that higher percentage number with for sale units.
Okay. I think I follow you.
Yeah, I know. It's it really gets into the weeds really quick.
Yeah, that's too bad. I mean, I do think it would be great to have a variety of housing types in this new neighborhood, and also condo for sale units are a great way for people to get into the market and start, building that equity. So if, you can find a clever way of competing with the state density bonus, I think that would be desirable.
If I could add one thing.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, because that is something important and something that we think about. A big part of the challenge that we have right now is we're not seeing any of the projects be able to come in and make the for sale units pencil. We have seen a limited number of projects come in and get maps so that at some point in the future, typically after 10 years, once the construction liability period is completed, they may choose to sell those units at that time. But we are seeing very few for sale units and none of the projects that we've got. And when we've talked with our outside consultants about it, part of that is just a function of our inclusionary requirements. And one of the things that we have in our housing element is to relook at our inclusionary requirements and evaluate how we are meeting that diverse set of needs, whether that's for low income and very low income and extremely and acutely low income all the way up to moderate income, but also for sale versus rentals. And so in the coming years, I believe we have that scheduled for 2026, but we've got 150 or so actions. I can't recall exactly that it's 2026, but I think we have it for 2026 where we are planning to take a look at that and see if there are things that we can do, because there are these policy levers that we have that directly influence whether or not we're getting for sale versus the rental units.
Great.
So more to come on that.
Great. I'll stay tuned. And then the other question I had was on the same document, page 108, about the replacement housing. And I think it reads that the permanent, so if a project came in that would require taking out the permanent supportive housing that exists there on Front Street, that would need to be replaced. But it reads that it would count as inclusionary, so that means that it wouldn't really be replacement. It would just count as the inclusionary for that project. Am I reading that correctly?
So partially. So this isn't specifically about the existing housing that's in the South of Laurel area, but it's, in the case where a developer is trying to build their below market rate housing in some off-site location, any off-site location. State law and city policy requires that if there are any units on those sites that are currently occupied by low or very low income households, that those units have to be replaced at an equivalent rent. There is case law that says they have to, our inclusionary, isn't this case law that says our inclusionary has to meet it? Let me fact check myself live here, hang on.
We were having a sidebar on the Front Street facility. Can you repeat the question?
So for the replacement units, counting towards inclusionary, isn't there case law that says they have to?
It's under state law, not
it's under state law. Okay, so this is state law condition that inclusionary replacement units have to be counted towards meeting any inclusionary housing obligation. So yes, you read that correctly.
Okay.
Disappointing and not in our hands.
Okay.
But and I'll just add, because you had a question about the Front Street, that is a unique facility.
Familiar with it.
Yeah, so that's actually a little bit different. And that would need to be replaced.
There's different criteria, right? That's my next question.
It's more of a commercial use. Okay, sorry, go right ahead with your next question.
That's fine. I'm aware other people want to ask questions. So, okay, so this is about Spruce Street. So understanding that permanent supportive housing is very, very challenging to relocate. But right now the plan has Spruce Street going through, contemplating that housing would not be there, I'm assuming. So, and I walked the site today, including that site, and it seems feasible to create a plan where Laurel Street Extension, Laurel Street Extension could actually snake around that housing site and then still connect up the street. And I'm wondering if it might make sense to include that as an option in the plan, contemplating that it might be challenging, should someone want to develop that area, to find a suitable replacement for that permanent supportive housing. So I'm just putting that out there as an option to think about, to give some more options for that site. It's so we can come back to that. And then, so my next question, I just have two more, I'm sorry. There's a nexus here with the previous items, the Leonard and May Street item in particular, and I just want to make this connection for the public, that because that has been downzoned, there are units that need to be replaced, and it's contemplated that would be satisfied in this project. Is that okay? My last question, sorry. You went through some past council actions that kind of required a little course correction for staff in this plan. And there was a third that you didn't mention, but was in our packet. And that was the October 2024 council meeting where they directed the two options. I just didn't know if you wanted to take a minute to talk about that council direction and how it intersects with the plan or change the plan and why that's important.
Sure. Thanks for that. We will correct that in our slide deck when we go to council. Love getting these notes. In October of last year, we went to City Council to discuss sort of the outline of the downtown density bonus policy. We hadn't finalized all the details there, but we kind of had the outline of the concept of the policy. And we did get direction from the City Council to include the three options that are published in the packet. It also included direction to work on, along with that in lieu fee option, coming up with eventually working toward having a program that creates that local preference so that we can have a policy like that in place by the time we might have enough money in order to execute on it. So that hearing was really focused exclusively on the downtown density bonus policy. And then this other piece about creating a local preference, which is a new allowance under state law that we're allowed to create that using certain limited tax credits and state housing bonds.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy, any questions?
Yeah, just a couple. I like that option with the in lieu fee, and I was just wondering about the dollar amount. Where did that come from? I'm tempted to just add $20 on there per square foot. Why shouldn't I do that?
You can recommend what you like. You're the commission. So where we got the number from was that we looked at essentially the difference in rent. So if we take two identical projects that are, built the same way, same building, and we say, one of them is meeting the downtown density bonus inclusionary requirements, below market rate, not inclusionary, but below market rate housing requirements of 21.3%. And the other one is entirely market rate. What's the difference in net rent that they get over the course of a year? And then we turned that into a dollar amount per square footage. So the square footage that's inside units counts towards that number. So it's currently set at $60 a square foot with language that would have it increase with inflation starting, I think, January 1 of next year. And there was one other thing I was going to say about, what? Yeah, we rounded up, right. So when we did all of that math, it came out to like some very specific, $56.79 number, and we rounded up to 60. And I think I mentioned this, but on the sample site that we were looking at when we were doing that kind of number crunching, we looked at like 3 different sites, but just on one of them that we think is the first site to go, it would generate about $10 million in funding for our Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Thank you for that explanation. I recognize the value in lieu fees. I've seen it work up here, so I really know. But most people I talk to are like, oh, they're just buying their way out of building this housing. So we know that's not true, but I feel like that should be increased as much, like push the limit there, if possible.
To give a little bit more context, I had a conversation with our deputy city manager, Bonnie Lipscomb, regarding the amount of subsidy that we typically have for 100% affordable projects. And used to be about $100,000 per unit. It's gone up, but it depends on how many, it depends on what grants and tax credits and such that we get into a project, but usually it's $100,000 to $200,000 at this point. So if you look at that $10 million, you'd be talking about 50 to 100 units. So it's quite substantial.
A big apartment building.
Yes.
Medium sized at least. That's great. So tell me a little bit more about the new land, like trading land, the fourth option. I always love new ideas. This has been such a rich process. Can you just explain kind of like why it's coming up at the last minute, even though I'm really like in favor of it?
I would love to invite the planning director to address that.
Sure, happy to do so. As you're aware, we have a preliminary application on file for Block A, and and they're contemplating an offsite. We have specific provisions in the text that speak to the timing of the development of the affordable site as compared to the development of the market rate and the different steps, before the market rate project receives occupancy, they've got to have moved forward on construction and so forth. Sarah mentioned the federal requirements, the federal funding is in question at this point. There's concern about whether or not a private developer could move forward with a 100% affordable project, and the timing could be challenging as it relates to that project moving forward, and thus they may not be able to get financing, which would stop the redevelopment altogether. This would allow the city, and the city has those greater opportunities to get some of those funds as a public entity, would have the city in the driver's seat. And we want to make sure, because there's legwork that's associated with that on behalf of our teams. We want to make sure that, one, there's some compensation related to that, which was the monetary contributions. But two, that if we're doing that we're also getting more, right? Because, there's a benefit to the developer for that. And so that's where we said that first criteria, not only would you have to meet the square footage that you would be expected to build, but if you're not building it, then you need to demonstrate that we, as the city, would be able to accommodate a substantially higher number or higher amount of square footage, and therefore a higher number of units on that property.
Okay, and this is something the city staff is great at, based on the last 15 years of evidence, where we've done this over and over. I can think of 3 times off the top of my head.
You can see a lot of the things that we've done, and yes, we would not have met our RENA targets in the last cycle if it weren't for the great work of our housing team and getting a lot of the projects done.
That's great. If there's anything better than $10 million, it's a big piece of land. So those 2 things are hard to come by in affordable housing. I do want to point out that the funding picture for affordable housing has always been cloudy and shifting. So that's not a new Trump thing. It's always been that way. So giving as many options for everybody to get that housing built is a good thing in my book. I have 2 more questions. So having been up here for the downtown plan, seeing the success of that plan and getting buildings being built right now, I've expressed this before. One of the things that changed between Anton Pacific and some of the newer buildings was roof line variation. We talked about this a little bit in the context of the objective standards. And I don't want to go too crazy, but I do like roof lines that are a little bit varied, with honor to all modern architects and everything. So those multifamily objective standards we talked about don't apply down here. Could you just give a quick summary for what's in here that would cause anything other than just a flat roof line? And Sarah, I know it's a tricky question because we're talking about these big volumes, so.
Yeah. So there are, let's see, there are a couple of things. This is like pop quiz time. So there are a couple of things. So adjacent to the river, we do require step backs at the upper level, and they're pretty substantial. I think they have to be 10 feet. I don't have that number.
Sounds right.
Something pretty significant. Mm-hmm. So that kind of helps taper the building away from the river. We also do call out a little. We call out some, honestly, I'm blanking a little bit. I feel like we call out something about articulation. I can't remember it right now. I will say this. The tops of the buildings are not our biggest focus in this plan. We're really focused on the ground floor, those first 20 feet of the building that you interact with every day when you're on the street. That's where we have really spent a lot of our time in the design controls, is making sure that storefronts are attractive, that entries are easy to find, that lighting is intuitive, that the public realm really works and can really feel like engaging, that there's a relationship between the buildings and the street. So the fact that I can't think of a way that we address roof articulation indicates to me it's probably not a very strong standard,
That's fine.
whatever we
That's a good
have.
answer.
And it's because we're really focused on that ground level.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, that's okay. That's why we did
Yeah,
a hearing.
yeah.
It's absolutely.
I just wanted to add one more thing on that note, Commissioner, too. Calling back to Commissioner Dan's question about the varied variations that could be allowed through the Architectural Review Committee. That was one also area that we added into this.
Yep.
Just to, if an architect comes up with a great design that looks really good, everyone likes it, but does push that height for whatever reason, even if it's an architectural feature of the building, we want to allow that flexibility to support a varied and stronger roof line.
And also that thing we were just talking about where they might have the freedom to go a little higher over here and a little lower over there under the strict controls, but that would contribute to a more interesting skyline.
I have more to add now that I've looked, gone back. It's been many months since we drafted this stuff. We do have in the South of Laurel section, in section K of chapter 4, we do have a section on upper level tapering. So this applies to buildings once they reach like a certain length of frontage. So once they're over 150 feet or more, they're required to taper above 55 feet. So there are 2 tapers included. At 55, they have to reduce their floor area by 75%, and then above 55 feet, they have to reduce their floors by 90%, so reduced by 10%. And then above 75 feet, if they go above 75 feet, they would have to be reduce it a further 15%.
Okay. That's at least pulling it back this way, not exactly bringing it up. Like
Right.
this. Okay.
Yeah. So we're not getting like levels of variation in the same way the in additional height zones do, but we are exchanging that for tapering, which is brings light to the street in a different way.
That makes sense for these types of buildings. It might be a stadium or an office building or whatever. Thank you. So I also love the bike improvement slide coming in at the last minute. Thank you for contributing that. Has city transportation staff had a chance to run through that and look at that, or is that yet to come? All
Yeah,
good?
we reviewed it internally and collaborated in drafting that language.
I really appreciate that as we think about different transportation modes, even if they might be a bit away. All right, so my last question was, Commissioner Thompson isn't here. It's just a bummer because he did the first downtown plan, starting in 1989. We've seen his excellent work. So I know we talked a lot about dooryards, and can you just kind of highlight for me, just in broad terms, where that made it into the plan? I think it's a really important thing.
Yeah.
And just to explain to everybody what it is, maybe at first, it's that little 2 or 3 feet you get in front of a storefront that gives a little bit of the street front back to the people walking by, even though it's on the land of the developer. You see this all over Pacific Ave if you start to look. It's a really cool feature. And I'm not doing as good a job explaining it as Matthew would.
I had another question about this too, with the lowered ground floor standard, right? That's something we did with the multifamily standards, right? That's another question I have on whether, because I know the downtown plan design guidelines are a little bit different, right, than the multifamily standards.
Yes. So your commission looked at the objective design standards at your last meeting. Those do not apply in the downtown. The downtown has its own standards that are contained here in the downtown plan. And we do address dooryards. I am trying to find exactly where it is. It's in one of the sections that talks about like all district standards, where it talks about door fronts and entryways. Dooryards, door fronts.
I've got it, sir.
Oh, great.
Entry shall be set back no less than 36 inches from the property line as part of a dooryard. So it is anticipated as part of the storefront projections and setbacks.
Great. So it's in there, and that would have those doors not swinging across the property line. I've been talking about that for 15 years with different architects up here, so great, I'm glad that it's in there. Those are all my questions. I want to thank you for that slide about the density bonus. Maybe we should put it up later again, but with the blue houses and the green, like how many hours of my life have been spent talking about that. So you nailed it in that explanation between those three slides. And I also just want to say, like, thank you for the FAR explanation. Like, I was here for the Corridor Commission, and it's just super complicated. It took me years to get my head around the whole FAR versus height, versus all these regulating factors. So I just want to compliment you all on, like, really hitting the nail on the head there. And I just encourage everyone to talk to staff so you get these concepts, because none of this makes sense without that, at least in my opinion.
Excellent. Commissioner Kelly, any questions?
I don't have any questions at this time because thankfully they were already answered. But I do have a quick comment. I just want to thank you guys for all the hard work and working with me before our meeting tonight on that policy edition. And I'm just at the same time that we can't really have vibrancy without people. And so creating these activated spaces in this expansion where it's not just a place where you get from downtown to the beach, but an activated space where you have shared experiences and you're creating a sense of belonging is just really inspiring. So I'm really looking forward to how this project continues to unfold.
Excellent. Okay, I also got most of my questions answered. One of the ones that I was curious about, I tried to piggyback, but I'm not sure it really worked out, is we did something with the multifamily standards, and I just wanted to see if now was maybe the time to think about this in terms of being a little bit flexible on the ground floor height, just because of the building materials and being, that ground floor and using those different building materials obviously has cost advantages, but it also can have some restricting effects around height as well. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think we lowered it from
15
was
to
it 15
12.
to 12 or something like that. Yeah, that
Or
sounded
11
right.
and a half.
It's something in that neighborhood. Yeah.
Okay. So just for the public who maybe didn't attend last week's 2 weeks ago planning commission meeting, what the chair is talking about is that we have a standard in our objective design standards that apply to all multifamily housing that's built outside of the downtown on parcels that are required to have a commercial ground floor. We have a minimum floor height. And so what we added into that ordinance 2 weeks ago was, recommended adding, still going to council, is an allowance for projects that are affordable housing, so they're more than 50% below market rate units, to have a shorter ground floor. They don't have to go all the way to 15 feet. They can go only to 12 or 11 and a half, or something like right in that neighborhood. We did that because there are some cost efficiencies that we think are really crucial when you're trying to provide that below market rate housing. So we were willing to accept that lower ground floor height in those certain circumstances. So in our downtown, I would actually not recommend that. I mean, I think the street activity in our downtown is just really different than the street activity we're going to have on Water, on SoCal, on Mission Street. So I think that ground floor height is actually like really important to making really beautiful commercial spaces that are attractive, that like frame the street and really hold that public space. We're talking about places that are going to have wide sidewalks like Pacific Avenue has, between like north of Cathcart. So that kind of width, you want some height next to it to kind of balance those proportions. And so I think that ground floor height in our downtown specifically, I think is a place where we should hang on to that height limit. I will say we did write in here one accommodation on Laurel Street, to allow those ground floor heights to be lower in certain situations. So like on Laurel Street, we allow them to be lower and we allow for live-work units to happen. So it might make sense in like a live-work unit if it's a really small space to allow for like a lower height ceiling, and then they can kind of fit like an up-down live-work unit. So we allow for that. The other thing that we learned from watching the Anton go in is that that ground floor height requirement is a 360 requirement right now. And what that created on the Laurel Street frontage of the Anton building is like not great. And one thing that could help there, you do need space in a building for like utility rooms, transformer rooms, trash rooms. They need to face the street, right? We're going to have places that have kind of blank walls with utility doors. What we can do is allow the ground floor height in those places to be lower so that you can have a row of units that are only 12 feet up from the street instead of 18 feet up from the street, so that it just doesn't look quite as ignored, abandoned, like just unoccupied. So that is kind of one accommodation that we made in response to some development that we've seen, and kind of lowering those ground floors in certain limited circumstances.
Right. No, that makes a lot of sense. And I guess my question is coming more from like let's make buildings like more feasible so they actually get built, right? And that's the goal there. Next question. Yeah, bike and pedestrian safety. There was one figure on like page 836 on the Appendix 8. That might be a little complicated to get to, but I just see in some of the renderings, like there's some places where there's some clear separation in between bike and walking paths, and then there's others that seem a little bit more, kind of jammed together. And I just had questions about that, just, with e-bikes and, just when I look at the map on, what is it? Looks like it's figure 8.4-4. I think it's in Appendix 8.2, and that kind of shows the planned bike paths. And there does seem to be a lot of separation there in between the walking and the biking paths. And then in some places there's just like bike routes and multi-use paths and things like that. And I just had questions about the thinking there in terms, especially with bike lanes and sidewalks being on the same grade, right? Right next to each other.
Great. If you want to talk about sidewalks level bike lanes, I'm going to immediately invite our public works staff to join us.
Good evening. I'm Matt Starkey, Transportation Manager. I'm happy to be here discussing that. We did go through a variety of different bikeway treatments through the plan area in close collaboration with the planning staff, really thinking carefully about what we're providing on the street and the extra roadway width that we're asking to come from the private property. In general, on the major biking corridors, which are Laurel and Front, we're doing sidewalk level separated bike lanes. I think the portion you may be referring to is further down on Pacific between the two roundabouts, where on one side of the street we're showing a shared use path. That's because we want to try to keep parking on the hillside of the roadway there. And so in that spot, we would have, for that block, pedestrians and bikes sharing that space. And we'd only anticipate the sidewalk usage there to be for people getting in and out of the cars in that particular location. But otherwise, on the main streets, the bikes and the pedestrians will have dedicated space on the roadway.
Okay, great. Thank you. Other than that, I think most of my other questions got answered. I do have some thoughts about discretionary review with the Architectural Review Committee, but I think most of that got answered. Okay. Are there any other questions from commissioners before we move on to public comment? Okay, then at this time, we're going to open the public comment period. How many of yous wants to speak? Can we get a hand up just to get a sense of how many people?
I'm going to need to take a break. Sorry.
Oh.
But I'll wait after the speaker. I can wait. I can do it during public.
Are you sure? Okay. Okay.
So. Are you planning to take a break, or are we just?
Well, I mean, if we're going to take a break, I think now might be the time. So if we need to have a bio break.
If you guys want to keep going,
yeah,
keep
I would
going.
appreciate a break.
Okay, I'm sorry. Change of plans. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we will come back in 5 minutes. Feel free to have some water, use the restroom, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Sorry. Oh, thank you.
Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry.
Come on back there. I put the alarm in back there after hours.
Oh, thanks. Oh, you're welcome. You know, I almost like be out a slide, but like. Yeah, there you go. See, now you can participate. Like, I'm fully,
I just asked my brother this as well. Yeah.
No, once we get to 30 school days, we start the countdown.
My brother's forgetting to think about it when I just let it so high.
No, I don't think I have.
Okay, he's on bargaining. That's right.
So we go there first.
I read this. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that was probably.
Let's watch YouTube.
The last part that was sold, I married in.
You're the man.
What's us?
Went from the 90s to the Civic.
Oh, yeah. It was like going from a
Well, so then. You're gonna need that to get through the maze.
Bring windows.
Just come back in. Yeah, we just did a.
That's terrible. It totally was.
That moment that you just said. I had a whole experience in that moment. Yeah, this is what it is.
Oh, sure.
Get in the bag. Where they're cold, where you get it wrong, where it's too big, it's too small, or it's not enough, or there's wind on my face. You're seeing.
Blocker thing.
I know.
Always leave it on there and I give it down.
went for it. It's been so long since one of the like special key back here.
I even printed out like the whole chapter 4 and the staff report. I left it at home.
It's like SOK.
Oh man, I didn't even think about that.
I know Bill Ball had me print it out for
My turn. Don't start without me.
Alright. Is that possible?
This is like so project.
Get full value out of that thing.
The mics are all still hot, by the way.
You did. They're in a bag in the planning department. Really?
Yes. It's awesome. I didn't look that closely. I wasn't looking at it. I was more looking at it like.
I go thank my colleagues.
And it was
Been 5 minutes.
150 people or something.
How much time are you thinking, everybody? Yeah, totally.
It's kind of cool. Everyone waits like for first like big like after the pandemic like in person. After because we started 4 years ago in December of 2020. No, I believe that. Yeah, that was like our first big after an item like this. Back in person, but actually like in March we're finding like each other.
Okay, folks, we are going to come on back from our 5-minute break. Our 8-minute break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is back in session. Thank you, thank you. If you are planning to speak, could you please line up to my left, your right, and of course you are welcome to sign in before you speak. You do not have to, but it does help us with our minutes. We have one group that has asked for extra time, and that is Santa Cruz Residents for Responsible Development. Did I get that right?
No.
Sorry.
Santa Cruzans for Responsible Development.
Santa Cruzans for Responsible Development. So you'll have up to 5 minutes, and then everyone else, you'll have 2. Okay, so you can plan your comments accordingly and, go through and write out, get out all the scratch that you need to get out right now, okay? Okay, Mr. Barron, please.
Yes, hi, I'm Frank Barron, retired city planner. Thank you, planning commissioners and staff. Take a look at this slide here. So this, everyone remembers the Clock Tower Center that, came to us about a year ago. It was a 192-foot building proposed in a 50-foot zone. And this was possible because of AB 1287, the state's new 100% stackable density bonus law. So AB 1287 overrides all of the city height limits, and the city is in a position where they aren't able to deny these most of the time if they meet all the requirements. So this is 3.8 times taller than the height limit would allow, almost 4 times as high. And so the project is currently on hold, but they are just waiting for financing, and they would restart the project, they've said. Next slide, please. So we've already gone over the City Council, Mayor Keeley's proposal. You guys did, so we're under a new regime now with AB 1287. You're going to get a lot more units if this is, if it is something that developers choose to do instead of what staff is hoping. And there is a possibility, it's not, likelihood, but there is a possibility that there could be 20 to 30 story buildings built and the city wouldn't be able to say no. Next slide, please. So on the left-hand side, you have the existing zoning. I don't know if people can see that, but there's blocks A, B, C, D, and then all the way through H. And so right now, along the river there, you have blocks B and D, where the Kaiser Arena is and where Wheelworks are, where it's 48-foot height limit. And then the rest of the area is either 35 or 36 feet height limit. And then the proposed height limits range from 50 to 85 feet. So in the darker red, it's 50, the pink is 70, and then the purple is 85. So these are the base height limits. We're worried that developers, if they come in, they could go up to twice, 3 times, maybe more than 3 times as high as these height limits. Next slide, please. So when formulating the plans for this project, the city probably did not anticipate, at least initially, that there would be this new state requirement. There was a 50% density bonus previously. Now there's this 100% density bonus, which changes everything. And I've just noticed throughout the plans and throughout the EIR that it's not even mentioned. I mean, it was mentioned in the final EIR finally, but it really needs to be taken into account that the developers can do a lot more than they were able to before. So these are hypothetical examples. These are not proposed or anything. This is just to give an idea of the scale of buildings that we're talking about that could potentially be built in the south of Laurel. Next slide, please. So the ground has shifted due to AB 1287. Another idea of, how high these could go. Next slide, please. This is a depiction of the Anton Pacific building, 6 stories, but here shown as a 22-story building. So this is the type of thing that could potentially be built in that whole foreground area that you see. Next slide, please. And same with here. Next slide, please. So what we are, our main message is don't let the city make an unforced error. There's no need to upzone. Next slide, please. It's an error, as I was mentioning, because raising height limits up to 80 and up to 85 feet in those purple areas would allow multiple buildings of 3 or more times that height. That's 25 or more stories. Next slide, please. It's unforced because the city doesn't need to raise the height limits to get the density required to meet our housing goals and to get a new Warriors Arena. And the Warriors have said that they could do their portion of the project with just 7 to 8 story buildings, which is already allowed now under current zoning. The pictures that you see here are the type of development that is allowed now under current zoning. What's being proposed would be potentially quite a bit taller than what you see there, potentially 2 or 3 times as tall. Next slide, please. So we're saying don't give away our local control. Don't give developers the permanent entitlement to build potentially 20 or 30 story towers in Santa Cruz. Next slide, please. We recommend that your commission continue this hearing, postponing making a recommendation to the city council because insufficient time was given for review of the final EIR. I only had 23 hours to look at it. We recommend that approval of the reduced project alternative, which is alternative 1 in the EIR, which will meet the project goals, including the Warriors Arena. It will keep current heights, resulting in mostly 6 to 8 story buildings. We recommend that you drop, or that the council drop option A from the downtown density bonus. 145 feet is too big, we think. That's, twice as big as Anton Pacific, if you can imagine, just multiple buildings twice as big as Anton Pacific covering the south of Laurel. So drop option A, keep option B, but a reduced version, we would prefer 85 feet max along the river in blocks B and D, and then in the rest, keep it at 70 or 50 feet max.
Running on 6 minutes here, Mr. Barron.
I'm summing up. So that would result in the net 20% affordable, we believe. So we see this as a compromise that meets the project goals and would be amenable to most people in Santa Cruz. A lot of the opposition would just drop out if the council were to do that. And we recommend that your commission recommend that to council. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay. No. We talked about this, people. All right. So again, please, no applause, no boos, no affirmations, no insults. Let's just listen to what each other has to say. Again, you have 2 minutes. You may sign in. You do not have to, but it's better for us if you do. Okay.
Good evening, Fred Geiger, longtime Santa Cruz resident and definitely admittedly non-expert on these matters, but I'm obviously also concerned, and that's why I'm here. I thought the gentleman made some really good points. Why would you zone things bigger than you need to if you can meet the requirements without doing it? And I have a concern. You folks have volunteered time. I've been on a commission to do a job, but you're being rushed. Going to the council next week, next month, whenever it is, you've got how many 100 pages? You got an EIR you just got. Your responsibility is to do a thorough analysis and make recommendations to the city council. This reminds me of Washington, D.C., where the big bucks comes to the government. They tell them what they want. The government puts it together. They force it through, and then they tell the people what they're going to get. I don't think you want to be part of that, and I hope you won't allow that to happen. You take the time to do what you think you need to do, because if you weren't considering doing that, you wouldn't be there. So please don't let them push you and rush you. I've heard a bunch of good questions. You have some insights to this. Let's make this the best plan possible. What's the rush? I mean, this is a years-long thing. Commissioner Kennedy had a couple of good points. I think the in lieu fee, when was the last time that was adjusted? How does that actually reflect the actual cost the developer would be escaping? I'm not sure I even fully understand it, but it sounds like instead of spending $350 or something a square foot, you can pay $60 to the city so they can build some affordable housing someday, somewhere maybe. That doesn't sound good. I think we can do a lot better than that. I don't know why we have to allow that to be accepted. I haven't heard the word water mentioned at all. As you know, there was an overwhelming vote a few years ago to protect our bay from pollution from a desal plant. Where's the water coming from? These buildings that I've seen built recently, I suppose there's supposedly some mitigations, but just a bicycle path or a roundabout, that's not a mitigation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Ron Pomerantz. I too served on a commission. I understand, I know well how difficult it is and how much time and thought you must give to it. I just don't understand the rush to fast track this particular project. The fix appears to be in already. The lengthy final ER was made public 2 days ago. Lengthy, hundreds of pages. How can that be vetted, discussed, analyzed, let alone formally accepted by you? How can the Planning Commission approve something you've barely had time to study and think about and scrutinize? The next step should be for you, the Planning Commission, to have the downtown plan expansion final EIR put on your agenda as its own item. What staff wants doesn't always line up with good public process or benefit. In this case, the cart's been placed way before the horse. Lee Butler is wrong. AB 1287 allows for 100% density bonus, twice what was used in the EIR. As you should be aware, allowing 85-foot buildings in reality can easily turn into way over 200 feet high rises due to the AB 1287 with 100% density bonus. under current zoning heights of 35 to 50 feet. 150-foot, 12-story mid-rise structures can still be built to dominate our riverfront floodplain. With state legislation, AB 2097, no parking is required to be built. What do you think of this? That outrageous non-requirement. Where do you think the additional thousands of new residents and customers are going to park? Has the city done a study to see how many new residents and customers will or will not have a car? I will try to sum this up really quick. Also keep in mind that every new occupied market rate unit, affordable housing will get more expensive as our service workers due to increasing area median incomes. So please remember, this is one of the most major land use transformations in Santa Cruz history. Please take your time. Sarah laid out many problems and issues that need to be resolved. It's right for all please make it right for all the folks living and visiting here. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Kirsha Durham. I too have been a commissioner, and I really urge you to take more time on this. This is historical, it's a huge change in the city, and it does deserve more time than just 48 hours. I'm quoting from a study from Harvard. It was written in September of 2024, and it is about upzoning and housing. And it's looking at upzoning, and it says this study found that we cannot trust the market. We cannot just follow supply and demand anymore, this approach to housing policy. Research from around the world is showing us that more permissive zoning rules do not lead to a major increase in housing supply, especially more affordable housing. And I want to highlight this locally. Let's look at the Taco Tower, the Anton Pacific building at Pacific and Laurel there. That has been renting for over a year. They're 83% empty because there's this new system of corporate, private developers and landlords asking $6,000 a month for a tiny 2-bedroom. I'm a teacher. We can't staff our schools because of this not providing or thinking about. We need to confront. They say that in this study, they say you as the governance need to confront the power of landlords, corporate developers that raise the rents. Second, you need to require rethinking public governance of housing beyond these simplistic YIMBY prescriptions that just say free, open up the housing market and have no government regulation and assume lower rents are going to follow. That's not happening, this study found. And third, they said we need more, not less, muscular government involvement in our housing through price regulation, more robust planning, and even looking at direct social housing and public provisions. So in sum, I'm saying if you're going to solve and provide workforce housing, I'm very concerned. I know people. I'm connected to families. I'll finalize this. 30 years of teaching in this area. I'm connected to families who live in the Spruce Street apartments. Hundreds of families, hardworking families, 2 jobs. They are committed to the downtown. I'm connected. I know people who work at the front line on Front Street. There are 50 people in that unit, mentally challenged people, disabled people who will be displaced by this. You need more time to consider all those lives, all the people in our community that work here, live here, and demand better treatment of this issue. Please do not make a decision tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Raphael Solomon, and I'm a 16-year-old. I go to Santa Cruz High. So I'm definitely the youngest person speaking here today. I just wanted to say that I, as a 16-year-old and having many friends, I love to hang out downtown. I love to shop and eat and just walk around. And if I could have this new space that I could hang out with my friends and even maybe find employment with, and I know that many people my age would love to find new places to work, that would be great. And I really think that building up instead of building out is better for sustainability for the future of our city and the entire nation as a whole. And I think that overall, I really do think that it could lower prices of housing in the future. And overall, I just wanted to say thank you to you guys for all the work that you did and everyone here tonight. Yeah.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name is Riley. I'm a senior year student at UCSC, here interning with Councilor Suzy O'Hara. Santa Cruz needs more housing. A survey showed in 2020 that an estimated 9% of UCSC students just that year we're facing housing insecurity, meaning had to sleep at best of neighbors' couches, often sleep in tents or sleep in cars or whatever, because there simply wasn't enough places to live in Santa Cruz for the over a third of the city's population. For over a third of the city's population, the 20,000 students that lived here out of in a city of 60,000 people, and even for the people that do manage to find off-campus housing here, the rent is so expensive that students have to either rely heavily on rich parents to get ahead, which not everyone has access to, or hope that financial aid is enough to cover it, or take time off from their studies to potentially work a full-time job, and even that might not even cover it because my roommates and I are sharing a two-bedroom apartment for over $1,500 a month for each of us, just to live somewhere reasonably close to campus in a relatively not great quality apartment, just based on what else I've seen in Santa Cruz for those sorts of prices. And Santa Cruz needs more places for students and other people to live here, or else a significant portion of our city is not going to be able to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Cesar Plasencia. I'm a representative with NorCal Carpenters Union. As we gather tonight to talk about the general downtown plan, the long-term vision of how Santa Cruz will grow and develop, I want to highlight the importance of including strong pre-qualification language as part of that vision. Pre-qualification ensures that only responsible, experienced contractors can.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you pause your comments? Excuse me.
Hey.
Excuse me.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
The pre-qualification ensures that only responsible, experienced contractors can bid on our most important construction projects. It's a tool that protects workers and the community by holding contractors to high standards for safety, training, and legal compliance. When we set the standard, we're saying that we value the quality construction, local hiring, and worker protections. We're saying that we don't want to leave the door open to bad actors, contractors who cut corners, exploit workers, or bring in unskilled labor from outside the region just to lower the costs. Incorporating pre-qualification into the downtown plan expansion is a smart, proactive step. It supports stable, middle-class careers in the trades, promotes apprenticeship and workforce development, and ensures that public and private development truly benefits Santa Cruz residents. This is about shaping a future where growth doesn't come at the expense of our workforce, but because we're invested in it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Ruben Galvan. I have been a proud member of the NorCal Carpenters Union since 2013. I'm speaking today about the importance of area standard wages, benefits, and safe working conditions, and how it has impacted me personally. When I joined the Carpenters Union, I did it for the hourly wages and health insurance benefits for me and my two kids, who were 1 and 6 years old at the time. As a single dad, my kids were and are my priority, and I'm always looking for opportunities to better their lives. Not only was an instant hourly pay increase for my previous job as a call center CSR, but also an immediate relief to know that if my little ones got sick, I could take them to the doctor right away instead of, trying to give them over-the-counter medication. So because I couldn't afford it, I could really afford it with my $1 an hour job. Eventually, I want to be able to retire with dignity, a pension, 401k, an annuity, not just Social Security benefits. It will all be possible through my hard work as a union carpenter. The state accredited apprenticeship program I completed gave me the essential knowledge, tools, and confidence to do the job right, all while at the same time getting the experience from the job site. These programs are an essential pathway for workers to receive the training they need for good paying jobs, and they help ensure that the project is built safely and to the highest standards. I have been fortunate to work near my community for the past 11 years. I want to highlight the importance of working near where you live. I believe it's a key component ensuring that community members benefit directly from the projects being built in their area. I ask you to consider my story as you make your decisions about future projects. Area standard wages, benefits, and safe working conditions provide the foundation for families to grow, for communities to remain affordable, and for local workers to have a stake in building their own neighborhoods. Thank you for your time and your commitment to supporting working families.
Thank you. All right, before we have our next speaker, I'm just going to remind members of the public, let's hold the side conversations. If you need to have a conversation with somebody, you can step outside to do so, okay? But if you're going to be here, please listen to what is being said so that we can listen to what is being said as well, okay? Thank you. Sir.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I have 2 comments. First of all, the Laurel Street extension is served by Spruce Street, which is going to get turned into a park, I think, in this plan. Spruce Street is fed from Cedar and Pacific and is a relief for Laurel Street. And in the new plan where it goes along the cliff and is fed from Front, it's not going to serve that purpose. That will make emergency services and resident access, as well as boardwalk employees, et cetera, very difficult who use the Laurel Street extension now. Secondly, we've heard a lot tonight about, there's quite a bit said in the presentation about the elective plan that developers can choose to opt into. It was a lot of great talk, but I think at the end of the day here, the recommendation you make and the city council is ultimately voting on whether they will give irrevocable rights to developers to build multi-story buildings up to 20 or 30 stories tall, and they can choose to opt into that or not. And presumably you're all on this commission because you care about the future of Santa Cruz and what it looks like. And please keep in mind that that will be irrevocable, and especially if people opt not to, developers opt not to take the Mayor Keeley's alternative solution. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is John Hall. I'm a research professor at UC Santa Cruz and UC Davis, and co-chair of Our Downtown, Our Future. This is a decision that really is one of the most major planning decisions one can imagine for the city of Santa Cruz, certainly in the past 25, 35 years. So I think you want to do it right once rather than getting it wrong and having a redo or trying to do a redo. The city of Santa Cruz, I've found, I've only lived here for 15 years, is littered with examples of great decisions and bad decisions of planning 25, 50, 75, 100 years ago. So it's really important that you get it right. And I really appreciate what the planners have done in terms of the details that they've provided. And I think it's right that they've emphasized the ground floor in the first 20 feet. What the public is concerned about and what we haven't heard much talk about other than projections of a downtown density bonus that is projective on present building technology rather than future building technology, is what's clear. The takeaway is that the required housing, and we do need housing. I've worked on housing projects for the past 10 years to promote housing in Santa Cruz. We need the housing, but we can accomplish the housing with what Frank Barron described as alternative one and what's alternative one in the plan. So, and why would we want to do that? Well, I think we'd want to do that because it would be better for the health of the community. There's no question but that the buildings that are being constructed at Pacific and Laurel and Pacific and Front Street and along Front Street are alienating in their height. And that's partly because the streets in Santa Cruz are so narrow. That means that if you're going over 4 or 6 stories, you're creating an environment that is not conducive to community and to human welfare. So I ask you to make Santa Cruz a city like it is now, like Santa Barbara is, that has no building downtown over 50 feet.
Thank you, sir.
And
Please wrap up.
thrives.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, Commissioners, Gillian Greenside. I've been on this side of the podium for a lot of planning projects for, gosh, the last 40 years, and a lot of EIRs, and I have never seen an environmental impact report be sort of swept through so quickly. And this is, I would say, arguably the biggest development project in the history of Santa Cruz. And it may fit the letter of the law that it only has to be made available for City Council 10 days before their meeting, but it no way matches the spirit of the law and public buy-in, and your ability, I would imagine, within 2 days to read it and absorb it and have questions. I'd urge you to postpone or ask for a continuation to really consider the final EIR carefully. It was glossed over in the staff presentation. I don't think that that sits well with the community. The other factor I would mention in the time I have is the huge elephant in the room is that of congestion. I fully understand that CEQA does not require a study of congestion, but it doesn't mean the elephant is still not in the room. If you want this, and I'm sure you do, project in whatever form it finally takes to succeed, someone has to take responsibility for talking about congestion. As was briefly mentioned, this is a main corridor for all the lower West Side people travelling by whatever means across town. The only mention, though, was of pedestrians and bicyclists. So unless you deal with the automobile congestion, which is now at standstill, and with this project going in, it's going to be a nightmare. So please postpone this decision and let us consider it carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Allison Buchter again, and I have a question for you. I had a question about one of your pictures. I'm wondering if you're bringing it back up again. It's a city council direction titled June 2024, retained 3.5 FAR for most of the project area. It was early on, but I have a question about it, if you could bring it up. It had a rendering, a drawing on the right. Is that possible?
This is going to be a time for you to address us and to give a statement rather than there to be a dialogue.
Okay, so sorry. Okay, thank you. So thank you for your time. What I noticed on this rendering, it was a drawing of a city street, and on the one side you had our 12 stories that you had were talking about, and the picture showed only about 6 stories. So I'm wondering why we're showing on your presentation that you're showing us city streets that look beautiful and happy and everything, and they're only 6-story buildings. The only pictures that I saw up here showed a 15 to 20, 30-story building was Frank Barron's. So the presentation you saw today, the pictures on it were not of 12 stories, 20 stories, 30 stories. And so I'm guessing that maybe it's because it's not quite as pretty as a 6-story. A 6-story has, human scale. And so there's many cities our size, a little smaller, a little larger. I just Googled the ones in California that have that kind of a scale. So I believe that our town does not it should not have 12 to 30-story buildings. So I'm asking you again to, similar to the other people here, to look at this a little more carefully and not rush it through. It is a very important decision to make for our city, and you can't back it up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Downtown expansion plan?
Yes. My name is Paula Castagna. I'm a retired professional and a homeowner in the Seabright area. And I'd like to speak to three things. First is I have not heard this discussed today, the identity, spirit, and character of Santa Cruz. I'm hearing it mentioned at the speakers before me at this podium. However, I've not heard that this evening, and I see there's potential to really destroy it. The A or B plan, whichever way you flip it, I'll call it the up plan, 12 stories. As you said, it's up to the developer to keep it to 12 stories to the greatest extent possible. We can't downsize. The way to connect the beach to the river is not by going up. We can't require parking. I did not hear discussion of the traffic. The Santa Cruz is a complete gridlock now, especially with the bridge, which is going to go on for 3 years. There's no plan for that. People are not going to be walking from downtown or riding their bikes. People drive cars. And as for the rentals, things are just coming to light tonight, I see, with all the detail of the stories and the measurement of the building, that we're just finding out these are all rentals. So that's not very diverse. It sounds like developers taking over. Will there be rental control? Because where I live, there a 1,300-foot unit is renting for $5,000. So if we think these developers or whoever owns them is going to have mercy, that's not going to happen. So I'm suggesting that, please, this seems like a bad bill that gets pushed through. No one's read it. I'm not saying you haven't, but there hasn't been much time, so it's coming to light things about this. Occupancy is way down. I don't see people clamoring here to put businesses in. And frankly, the main street here, also known as the Canyon, looks like old East Germany. So we don't want this to be known as the skyline to the sea. This is Surf City. Let's not bow to the big corporations. Let's slow down, investigate, and as we used to say in the 60s, don't sell us out, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Alberto Lustre. I'm a carpenter. And I just want to mention a couple of things. It's a great document you guys have in there, but it's missing a key part. Every single time I look at planning, it has to include labor. There's no labor included on any of the specific plan. There's no labor, there's no apprenticeship, local hire. I encourage you, Planning Commission, to take the time to go to the downtown and talk to the whoever's building the projects. How many apprentices are there? How many kids from high school are getting in there? How many people are getting a chance to go there? How many locals? If you look at it, we're building all these projects, and all we talked about is, I understand, bikes and no parking. Most of the construction workers got to drive outside the city. We commute for hours, and we don't think about them. We're getting pushed out. In the whole of Santa Cruz County, we got only about 450 carpenters, and everybody's getting pushed out because there's no way to live, there's no apprenticeship, there's no local hire. We're not giving opportunity to the youth. A lot of the people that are actually, a lot of kids that don't have a chance to go to school, they don't do good school, but they go to building. But there's no opportunities. Everybody that's coming in to build this project on the area is out of the city. There's no locals. There's no opportunities for the homeless, women, minorities. Just want to put it to your attention. It's been probably like the 5th time we come in and speak about this, and I don't see nothing being changed on the documents. I encourage you to add some type of healthcare, apprenticeship, local hire, and a livable wage. That's all we're asking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Albert should have gone after me. I'm Brian Shields, Carpenters Local 646, senior organizer for the area. The encouragement language and all the things that he was talking about do mean everything to workers, right? It meant everything to me when I came up through the trade. I started non-union, and then I had to grow, and I got the chance to become a union carpenter. Capitola in their housing element adopted a policy 2.5. It says affordable housing development. But this is good in Menlo Park. They adopted a very similar policy, and it's just across the board for all housing in their housing element. And it says encourage developers and contractors to evaluate hiring, local hire, hiring from, contributing to apprenticeship programs, increasing resources for labor compliance, and providing living wages, right? And just even with the ability to add in the encouragement language, right? What does encouragement mean? I encourage my three-year-old daughter to be quiet in the back of the room, and I was successful some of the time. You know, it is an opportunity for the city to hit the pause button and reevaluate everything that Albert just said. To reevaluate the investment that that contractor, that developer is bringing when they bring a project to the city, right? What are you going to do for the people who live here? What are you going to do besides the building after it's done, right? And all the work that it takes to get there. What are you going to do for the workers that are doing that during the 2, 3, 4 years of construction? Without that, we find all kinds of you know, straight up crimes, honestly. You could look at U.S. Framing West, 31 felony counts, and they're a gigantic framing contractor. You could look at constructionwagewatch.org, and it lays it all out in there. And they were doing work as close as Morgan Hill, so and also in San Mateo County. So it's all around us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shields, can you give the language of that to staff over here? I want to get those words that you're reading out, just so we have them.
Next speaker, please.
Yeah. Good evening, Commission. I'm Bruce Thomas, West Side resident, longtime resident of Santa Cruz. And I had some concerns of statements made during the presentation for the downtown plan that seemed to predicate the fact that buildings will certainly not get any taller than 12 stories because they're going to be limited by FAR. And what's confusing for me is I know of 2 developments where the city has approved a waiver on the FAR, so developers have already been allowed to exceed their FAR. So I would like a clarification on that before you make some decisions here, because statements were made, and there's a slide in the deck that's downtown versus state density bonus that lauded the fact that the downtown plan allows an unlimited FAR. Well, so does the state density plan. It was a little misleading that that's not called out on that slide. So I would like some I think you warrant some clarifications on that before you make decisions. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Owen Lawler. I'll be brief. A few comments on the staff report was excellent. I just want to get back to the underlying concept here. What's been created through a long process, it's been many years, is a process to build buildings, not draw scary pictures. What the plan does, the primary plan, is put in place a system that encourages the kind of buildings that people are talking about. And it's frustrating because I know people have good hearts, and I know that seeing new buildings downtown is jarring. But there's so much misleading information coming out of the opponents of this thing that I just wonder if they're even open-minded to really hearing really how this works. It's mystifying, I guess, to me, that there's so little interest in actually understanding how this process actually works. It's much more interesting to fearmonger. And it's just disappointing. Anyway, have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
So my name is Lucy, and I'm really encouraged by also some of the councilmen so excited about this plan. I've been watching this plan for over a year now, and the purpose is to benefit low income or people couldn't afford housing in Santa Cruz. I saw, from my experience, I walk over the hill. This kind of development plan for high price rentals, that's the exactly consequence to force me to have to communicate, have to drive 1.5 hour per way to go to over the hill work. There's high-rise rentals over the hill all over the place. But workers work for those companies cannot afford. We have a common ground. We want to build Santa Cruz. We need housings. One of the options set up $60 offset. And the plan says really clearly, current, so you can set around 100 as a low, and you can set $1,000. So our plan set as $60 as option 3. So please consider that. I want to speak up because the bike lanes doesn't solve transportation. This afternoon, very afternoon, it took me from Trader Joe to Santa Cruz Sky to pick up my son, 25 minutes. And from there, go to Circle High for his sports event, 1.5 hours. I commute to San Carlos, one way is 1 hour, 15 minutes. Please, 2 days is not enough to consider this plan. I speak from my experience. This is not what you would want to see.
Okay.
Locals cannot live here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Judy Grunstra. I've read the draft EIR and traffic study. I've submitted several pages of comments addressing specific findings, which I found it shocking, the draft EIR, that they so diminished so many significant issues that are going to be arising from this development. Fire personnel and equipment, police, emergency evacuation, school capacity, water supply, floodplain issues, open space, traffic. It's already unacceptable, many unacceptable levels of service at different intersections, and it's just going to get worse. It's not going to get better. And this was all before state law AB 1287 rendered this draft outdated and irrelevant. It has to be taken into consideration. So given the immense significance of this plan, you as commissioners must not succumb to pressure by city staff to rush to approve this tonight. I heard that some people who live in the area didn't even get a notice until today that this meeting was happening. I propose that this evening you make a motion to require the city to redo the draft EIR in light of state law AB 1287, allow at least 45 days for public comment, and follow the rules about review period for a final EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ralph Myberg. I've been a resident of Santa Cruz for a long time, since 1970. I was a founding member of Downtown Neighbors Association and president of that. I was also on Vision Santa Cruz, which drafted the Downtown Recovery Plan. So I've been immersed in planning in the city and helping direct its course. I feel that Measure O, when we created the Greenbelt, asked for density downtown, and that was a good decision. It was copied by other communities and revered as a great way of planning urban areas, not to allow for urban sprawl. So, but no one in their mind imagined 12-story, 14-story, even 8-story buildings. Now, in the Vision Santa Cruz process, which was long and thorough, and I'm recommending that you actually follow that and make this a long, thorough process, because so far we've just had presentations. You haven't really listened to the community, and you're having the opportunity now, which I respect and thank you. However, please go to Livermore, go to successful communities, downtowns, go to Livermore, go to Paso Robles, and see what they've done. I have not seen a single community in the United States, other than Chicago, where they tore down the high-rises because the social problems were too much, the intensity was too much. I'm not saying that's true of here. It was a different social issue. I've been to Europe. And I don't see buildings that are more than 6, 7, 8 stories. So there has to be an element to what the social situation creates when you create these high rises. Please think it through. Take into consideration all the aspects of this, including water, including traffic, including congestion, including over-tourism possibly. And last of all, I just want to anecdotally tell you, my wife had a urinary tract infection. I probably shouldn't tell that. However, she went to PAMF and she was triaged for 3 hours and then told to go to Dominican because the amount of demand on medical service is so intense. So she went to Dominican and they kept her for 3 hours and then said, sorry, I understand.
It's okay. I'm on your side. I don't think your wife wants you to go any further.
Okay,
on
yeah.
this.
So just to finish that, because she didn't like this either, actually. After sitting in Dominican for 3 hours, she was told to come back the next day. So why am I telling you this? Where are the other facilities? As we populate and do that, we need to build out these other facilities. So please take your time. This is comprehensive. Get some urban experts in here to talk about what is a successful development.
Thank you.
This
Thank
is
you, sir.
major.
Thank you. Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Darius Mosinine. Full disclosure, though, and I do own the property that Owen describes as Main on Main, the 690 Pacific. It's right there at Spruce and Pacific. In fact, in 3 of the 5 scenarios I recall, the Warrior Stadium was going to go through half of my tenants or all my tenants' living room. So, just so you know where I'm coming from, but what I want to say is there's really a large group of interested constituents missing tonight, and that's the future residents of these buildings. They're not here because they're younger, they're probably working 2 jobs, they're home with kids, and like all other meetings I go to regarding housing in Santa Cruz, it's all us gray hairs. And frankly, we should be all uniquely disqualified. If we're over 55 or over, we are uniquely disqualified from commenting on or on denying future housing because we're not going to be here within 30 years. In fact, it's been 40 from just the earthquake, which I remember very clearly. So it's a really short time. Anyway, the big topic is 15, 20 stories and so forth, right? It's kind of a red herring because the laws of building physics, i.e. over 8 stories, you go to steel beam construction, really expensive. You do that in San Francisco, Chicago, Houston, et cetera. And the laws of finance basically eliminate any concept of having over 8 stories. It just doesn't work in a small market like Santa Cruz. So yes, there's potential for all these high, large, tall skyscrapers and so forth. In reality, it's not going to happen for those very reasons. And then at the risk of channeling Gordon Gekko, density is good because it builds vibrant downtowns and builds an urban community. And we need that in this dying, increasingly gritty downtown with new buildings notwithstanding. I think my time is up already. Did I hear the beep?
You did.
All right.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everybody. It's Rick Longinati. Just a few questions. One is the things that the carpenters were asking for, which is local hires and apprenticeship programs and project labor agreements, could that be incorporated in the downtown density bonus? So developers that choose that would follow those requests of the carpenters. The other question I have is, the plan for the upzoning was intended, at least in part, to create more opportunity for housing. And it was like to increase density by about 30%, was that right? 30 to 40%, something like that. At any rate, the state did one better. So in January 1st, 2024, it increased it by 50%. There was already a 50% density bonus. It increased it to 100%. So the question that needs to be answered for the public in order for the city to have credibility is well, the state already did what you were intending to do. In fact, they did one better. So why are you pursuing increasing the zoning on top of that? That's the question to answer, okay? The other question to answer is, does the city council's goals matter? City council set the goals for 1,600 units downtown. We see an EIR that says if the zoning is increased, it'll be 1,800 units. Does the city council's goal of a maximum of 1,600 units matter? Another question is, do you guys matter? You're given 48 hours to look at a 300 and some page EIR. Does anybody really care about your opinion? So there's just one other thing that I want to say, which is, when you're answering the question of why does this keep going, even though the state did this one better than the city, is it because somebody's pushing hotel development? Because there are 3 blocks downtown that are being changed from high-density residential and medium-density residential to visitor-serving commercial that allows hotels. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe the city needs the money from the hotel tax. But I would love for somebody to debate that. Is hotels more important than housing? Could you at least talk about that? Is that what's driving this thing? Because I don't know what's driving it. The state did one better. What is driving this thing? Can anybody answer that? We got a hotel developer in the room that says we're paranoid. He didn't say paranoid. We said fear-mongering. No, we're not fear-mongering. We've got a new density bonus that's 100%. That means tall buildings. That's not fear-mongering. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to give public comment on this item? Going once. Going twice. Okay, we're going to close the public comment period. Really quickly, before we return to the commission, a couple things that I would like staff to address. The first is the difference between FAR waivers under the density bonus program locally, our downtown density bonus program, and state density bonus waivers of FAR for the gentleman in the back there. So for example, what waivers are available through the state density bonus and what waivers are available through our local density bonus?
Right,
and the
okay.
differences
I'm formulating my response here for a minute. So he is correct in that with a state density bonus project, waivers are granted to the developer for things that would limit the allowed number of housing units from being developed. So in the case of, our example with our house pictures, 100-unit development, they meet the requirements under state law to qualify for a 50% density bonus. We have to waive any of our local zoning, general plan, area plan, specific plan, LCP requirements that would prevent 150 units from being developed. So typically, most typically, that includes standards like height, FAR, open space, and parking. Those are the most common waivers that we issue. Could also be things like setbacks. It could be things like step backs at upper levels like we have in the objective design standards. So things that push on the building envelope and shrink its space, we have to waive and cannot apply. That does not mean they get an unlimited number of housing units in that building. So the way that a state density bonus works everywhere in Santa Cruz anyway, currently, base plans are provided that meet all of the local standards. They meet the general plan, they meet the zoning, they meet the area plans, they meet the LCP, they meet the specific plans and anything else that might apply to limit density or development potential. We count that number of units. We add the required increment under the state density bonus, so goes from 100 units to 150 units. And however much FAR they need to fit 150 units, they can have. They can't have as much FAR as they want and build 400 units. That's not what the state density bonus does. That's kind of what we're trying to get the downtown density bonus to allow, as long as they stick to a height limit. So if you stick to a height limit, if you can fit those 400 units in an 85-foot building, you can do that. That's not an option that's available under the state density bonus.
So as far as waivers go, under the state density bonus, we have no control of height. Whereas with the downtown density bonus, we have some.
we have an incentive for certain heights in the downtown density bonus.
Thank you very much. Second question. How many units are allocated to the city of Santa Cruz for our 6-cycle arena?
3,736.
And how many of those are going in the downtown plan? Expansion, excuse me.
So the
Roughly.
So the total zoning capacity will be about 1,300. We are assuming an arena will be built on one of those parcels, so now we're talking about 1,060. So again, the current capacity today is 930, going up to 1,060.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or further questions from the commission or action?
Yeah,
Vice Chair Dan.
thank you. I'm the 4th District appointee, which this project area is in the 4th District, so that's why I'm inserting myself early. I want to thank the public for coming out. I think every opinion and perspective is valuable from every age group, whether you're 16 or you're the oldest person in the room. I think everybody's views are valued. So I just wanted to say that. And also, no matter if this is your first day in Santa Cruz or you've lived your entire life in Santa Cruz, everybody's perspective is valued, in my opinion. I also am uncomfortable recommending to the council approval of a final EIR that I will admit I have not had time to read that through. I do understand that under the law we're not required to, but we are being asked to recommend it, and that means something to me. And I don't know that this is shared by my fellow commissioners, but I can't make a recommendation about something that I haven't been able to even read most of. So I wish that I did have time. I was able to get through a tiny bit of it, but I really needed to dedicate my time to the rest of the documents for this plan, because that's where the real meat was. And then the FEIR didn't come out until 2 days ago. So I do feel a little rushed. I share that. I share that feeling with some of the members of the audience. I don't know. I wish we had more time to digest the final EIR, because this is the most monumental project Santa Cruz has had in the last 30 years, 36 years since the earthquake, in my opinion. So I'll just say also, I support option B for the downtown density bonus. I don't support option A, and that's because I have heard over and over from developers who want to utilize this program that they can meet their needs with 85 feet. And so if that's what they need, that's what we should give them. And I don't see any need to go up to 145 feet, 12, 13 stories or more. Especially given that we have a provision in here with the ARC that would allow even higher limits. So that's where I am on that. I do support a provision for encouraging local hire, union labor. I think that if we're going to build an entire new community, we should express those values that we have in Santa Cruz with those that we are hiring to build our community. We have standards for wages and labors with public agencies. That should extend to new neighborhoods that we're building. I also want to say that I think that the state has really occupied the field with zoning, and they are doing our jobs for us now, whether we like it or not. So I don't know that in the future the state legislature could pass another housing bill that would put another density bonus on top of what we already have. And so I think that we just need to come to terms with that in local government, that that the state is doing our zoning for us now. So that's why, except for one exception in this plan, I don't support increasing the zoning because the state is doing that for us. And we can accomplish our housing needs and accomplish those at a height limit that encourages vibrancy, housing units, and a community, in the 6 to 8 story range. I actually even think 8 stories is too high for that. I also travel a lot overseas and spend time in lots of other communities. And, in some of the best walkable, high-density cities in Europe, you will find housing, heights for housing normally that don't exceed 6 stories. And they create great communities, and I think that that's what we should strive for here. I also just wanted to say, I also caught the renderings that were in the plan that didn't match what's being proposed. And I know that another commissioner who's not here right now has been really strong on trying to ask developers to make their renderings match what is actually being proposed and contextualize them. And so I'd ask that city staff do the same thing when we are putting up renderings. If we're proposing 8 stories, put up a rendering with 8 stories, not 5 to 6 stories. The other issue I wanted to touch on is the in lieu fee. I see what the city is trying to do with creating a fund to provide housing for locals, and that can't be done using federal funds. I understand that. But when you have an in lieu fee, it does encourage developers to pay for that in lieu fee and not build the housing on site and in that neighborhood. And so that leads to gentrification. And I don't think that that's what our values are in Santa Cruz, is to build a new neighborhood that is all one income level. And so I favor encouraging building the housing either in the neighborhood or preferably within the actual development. So I can't support that in lieu fee. I am going to read a motion into the record and see where it goes. And so here I go. So the motion I'm reading into the record is that the Planning Commission approve the staff recommendation with the following revisions. Deletion of the recommendation to certify the final EIR, adoption of the amendments to the downtown plan, the 2030 general plan, local coastal program land use plan, beach south of Laurel comprehensive area plan, and the municipal code, including the zoning map, as proposed in the attached documents with the following changes, which should be incorporated in the documents where appropriate. 1, the existing general plan and zoning densities shall be retained, except for increased densities allowed under the city's downtown density bonus program, B, and the recommended density for Block H, 220 Front Street, and that is to account for the units needed for the downzoning of Leonard and May Street. Only the downtown density bonus option B shall be included in the plan, not option A, and without the in lieu fee option. The section allowing council to increase building heights in option B shall be removed. That's on page 112. The proposed architectural review committee shall not recommend height increases, nor shall staff recommend height increases, and that the architectural review committee be considered also on a citywide basis for all large development projects. That the replacement housing for low-income units should not be counted as inclusionary units. Demolition of the supportive housing on Front Street, where it's mentioned, should be removed from the plan. And lastly, to encourage developers to use local hire union labor. That's it.
Can I ask I have a clarifying question, if I may.
Sure.
You said 220 Front and Block H?
Oh, Block B. So sorry.
Okay.
That was a mistake. Sorry. Thank you for catching that.
Okay, Block B. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I know that this is kind of on the fly. Is there any way to get that up there yet? I have some of it.
I didn't even think I'd get a second. I typed most of it out. But...
Can you email it to Sarah? I captured a large chunk of it, but...
Well, let's see if it gets a second even.
I think that was just so dense. I think seeing it might better encourage the chance of a second so that we can see what I got a lot of it. I didn't get the height or the parcel B piece, but I think I got everything else. This is where we need a dock cam.
Yeah, it's gone, huh? Buddy.
It's gonna take me a couple minutes to type this up.
Actually,
Pretty close.
yeah, I actually changed some things when I was reading it, so.
Oh. I like the chops, man. Bring them down a little bit. Huh? Yeah. I like my spring break. Yeah, attaboy.
Haven't seen it in a while.
Oh, right. Is that Park Avenue? What segment
I
is
don't
that?
have my email.
10. Yeah, Mike Rockin had a great article.
I do.
on that
I can
the
get
other
my
day.
email.
Look out, did you read that? Yeah.
It's like the final battle.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Would it be helpful to staff if we took a 5-minute break?
I can take a photo of it, yeah.
Yeah, and email it to Lee.
Just make sure. I'm so sorry. This is going to be embarrassing. Just want to make sure that's what I read. Oh. Put in many hours.
I think all told, when I did the count, I think it was like, with the final, it's 900 pages.
It's a lot.
Started early, so I was able to do it. Like, there were times where like your eyes are just red.
You spent your whole spring break doing this, I guess. Probably.
Yeah, some of it. Yeah.
Wait, was that last week or this week?
It was a couple weeks back.
Oh,
but,
okay, I'm behind.
Yeah, some of it. But once the kids go to bed, it's 9 o'clock. I'm like, oh. It's like grading. Sometimes you got to read things 3 times.
Tell me about it. Thank you. I'm so sorry. This is embarrassing because now everybody sees how terrible my handwriting is. I was graded very poorly in elementary school. It's true.
Okay, we'll take a second to digest this. This is the motion on the floor. I'm not going to read it, but everyone else can.
No, so H means B, sorry. The address is correct, but it's supposed to be B.
Which is the Wheeler site.
Yeah.
You see Mr. Shields back there?
Well, I think you can talk to staff about anything and they can. Okay. Has everybody on the commission had a chance to read? Okay, I'm going to assume that everybody's had a chance to read. Do we have a second? I believe that motion fails for lack of a second. Is there any other discussion or questions for staff or?
I've got a couple.
Commissioner Kennedy.
There's a lot to respond to. I requested, and I for one appreciate those sketches that staff put in. You know, it's just a sketch. It's not supposed to be everything. I thought it did a good job kind of conveying the general streetscape, and I believe that was the intention. I'm outraged by those photoshops of the huge buildings. That's just so wrong to put out that kind of propaganda, in my opinion. I think people kind of like forget about what is in this area now and how really like underutilized that space is. I sat up here when the Warrior tent was built and was just thrilled how that put some life and community and people into what was kind of like a boardwalk parking lot, if I remember right. So, you know, hope for the future, 6 stories, 20 stories, 40 stories. What I'm up here to do is to plan well for things and make our city better. And that's what I see this plan being about. Another like key thing is housing, which we all have been talking about for so long. To put this in context, we had 15% affordable rate for a long time, right? So the baseline here is a target of 20 put in by the mayor with his compromise. And I think that's great, we should have 20. I bet when this is built, we'll get a higher percentage of that for the housing. But enough about housing. We need uses in our downtown that are more than housing. We're hitting our arena goals. Like, I think we could have more so that people have a place to retire, people want to live in an apartment they could, personally. But we're hitting our goals, and we need to think a little bit about other uses, arenas, arts districts, entertainment, like an office building, which we don't even talk about around here anymore. So one thing I really appreciate about this part, this third act of the downtown plan, is it allows for some housing, and if there is housing, 20% of it is deed restricted affordable, and that's great, but it's also creating a space for a cool Warriors Stadium or all these other uses that are more governed by FAR, as we discussed earlier. So that's great, what an opportunity. We still can't have too much housing, but let's keep going, let's do it. We're on track for year 1 of our arena cycle. right now. Many people said, why plan for more? And I just present the middle of our downtown as the example of where planning for more did encourage some stuff to happen. I'm overjoyed that the library project is going forward, in particular myself. So we're not saying hand wavy, hey, this might happen. This just happened. Developers traded land. We got a ton of affordable housing. It's a successful model. Let's just keep that rolling. Last point on that with other uses like medical facilities, the way we get medical facilities, and I was up here for the PAMF on Mission Street, was by creating good zoning and good planning that allows for uses. And who's to say, if there's enough seniors here who need treatment, there might be an awesome medical facility in this area one day. None of that happens without good planning. Yeah, so I get a little bit upset at the tone. I feel like people have been saying the same thing again and again for 30, 40 years up here. It's really true, and I try not to bristle. My job is not to get pissed off, but it's super annoying to hear, what's the rush over and over? We haven't had enough time to read the EIR. I'm not an expert. I downloaded it and read it. It's going to council. That's enough for me personally. So I just have to respond to that. What's the rush? The rush is people need places to live, and we need a better town, and we're seeing it happening here. And yep, the buildings are bigger, and nope, I do not want it to look like Santa Barbara. So that's enough about that. So with those brief comments, I want to salute staff again. One other thing that bugs me, just to get it all out, is people arrive at the last meeting and say we haven't had a chance, when 4 years ago we stood at the Warrior Stadium, started this process, had subcommittees, had public input, had a special subcommittee. So I personally appreciate the time staff has taken to listen to everybody, not just me, not just the developers, everybody. And I appreciate the time, the energy, and the care that goes into that, even if it's never recognized at the final meeting. So in closing, I'd like to adopt the staff recommendation, and I'd like to add a friendly amendment to add the words from Mr. Shields, the encouragement of union stuff. And I just want to make sure that that's an encouragement and not a requirement, but I'd like to add that recommendation to as an amendment to my motion.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Kennedy. Do we have a second?
Can I make a second, but can I make a couple of comments first?
Well, I think you can second it and then we can discuss
further. Yeah.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
Is your recommendation including the policies that they outlined?
Which ones?
The transportation policy as well as the...
Yes, absolutely. I meant to say that the first time. Thank you.
So just to be clear with the public and ourselves, can we get the staff recommendation up there? And that should include, there was a fourth item that was suggested. There's also now been a friendly amendment to accept Commissioner Kelly's transportation amendment that was crafted with transportation staff. And yeah, there we go. Is there any way to get that all on one doc? Slide? Or a doc, or a doc, like a Google Doc, or a...
I think it's a duck.
Can we get a duck out here, please? Right now. Yeah.
I'm just glad you're driving and not me.
I'm glad
Okay.
So should I just read that out for the record?
Well, I think, so there's the encourage local, was it local hire or union labor?
Yeah, so I have a couple of options of language, which I can add up here if you all want to look at them. So I'll just read them out. So the gentleman was kind enough to share two examples, one from Capitola, one from Menlo Park. So from Capitola, policy in their housing element says, encourage developers and contractors to evaluate hiring local labor, hiring from or contributing to apprenticeship programs, increasing resources for labor compliance, and providing living wages. Capitola. Menlo Parks is similar. It says, encourage developers and contractors to evaluate hiring local labor, hiring from or contributing to apprenticeship programs, increasing resources for labor compliance, and providing living wages. Oh, they're exactly the same. God, I wrote both of those and didn't notice that. So that's the language we're working with. Would you like me to add it to the screen?
Yeah, I love the Capitola one, just because I never expect to agree with them. But here we are. And I think it's just important to encourage that, even if it doesn't happen.
Language is pretty weak.
Okay.
That looks good to me. That represents the motion. Thanks for all the typing.
Yeah. Many skills.
John, that'll looks all right for the second? Yep.
One friendly amendment I would like to offer is to encourage commercial activity in the Spruce Street courtyard, or what are we calling it? Spruce Street Plaza. There we are. Such as farmers markets, craft markets, things like that, when the Warriors aren't firing, right, to use that space for community benefit in some way, shape, or form. And also to explore ways to discourage antisocial uses at night.
I totally agree. In the downtown plan, the last one, we did active uses.
Active uses.
Do you like that language?
Yeah, sure.
I think that's happening already, but I don't mind highlighting it.
Sorry?
Oh, that's, does that sound all right, language-wise?
Yeah, I think we have some similar content in there, but I'm happy to,
Yeah, maybe I
ask for
missed that language, but I'd
clarification
really
or
like to
specificity.
hammer that home.
Okay, so let me just make sure that, so the maker of the motion agrees.
I agree,
Friendly second, okay. Friendly amendment. So.
And the second, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna say Spruce Street Plaza. Encourage community, what was the verb you used? Encourage, require?
Encourage
explore?
daytime commercial activity, or maybe just commercial activity. Doesn't necessarily need to be hamstring to the daytime, but encourage commercial activity in the Spruce Street Plaza, such as farmers markets, craft fairs, I don't know, LARPing, wardrobe comparisons, whatever people want to do. Drag, well, maybe not. Well, yeah, no, that'd be fine. That'd be good. That'd be good too.
And to discourage antisocial uses, is that what you said?
Commissioner Kennedy, active uses or promote active use, or I'm not sure if there's like a technical difference there between promoting active use and discouraging nighttime shenanigans, or,
To me, those are two different things.
okay.
Okay.
We get some help from staff on that one.
Unsavory activities. I want it to be about what's happening and not the people.
How about we say something that is a little more positive?
Yeah, there we go.
Promote safety and
Safety for all.
maintenance for all users. Don't let me put words in your mouth. This is your motion, but
That's good.
I think the spirit is captured there. Okay. And just as a comment, I agree with Commissioner Dan that I'd love to strengthen that labor provision a little bit. I just don't know how, and I don't know that that would be accepted, but like perhaps direct staff to explore ways to encourage, or maybe something similar, so that, I don't know. Doesn't sound like anybody agrees, so.
No, I agree. I'm too tired to like wordsmith anymore. So let's leave it as it is, and I'm sure council can polish it up if needed.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, motion as amended, seconded by Commissioner McKelvey. Is there any further discussion or comments? Yeah, Commissioner McKelvey.
I agree with all the comments regarding adding labor language within, whatever the limits of case law might be. I don't know if there are limitations placed on that, but I would strongly encourage that inclusion. I just wanted to say that the number of units that we're talking about, keeps coming back to this, that we're not just talking about this RENA cycle. We know that there's going to be another one that's going to be even bigger than this one. And I've felt for some time that we need to take every opportunity we can to create the housing that people need. We've gotten ourselves into this circumstance by refusing to do it. And I really feel like it's just crucial that we stop doing that. It's a little over 1,000 units we're talking about out of 3,000 plus. That's correct? So all those other units have to go elsewhere in town. And I just feel like the downtown is the place that a lot of this should be. Activate the streets, support the businesses that would relocate into the ground floors. Part of the reason that businesses are leaving is that there's not a gravity of people right there that can patronize them and keep them active in a profitable or, properly socialized way. There's a really long-standing objective in the downtown plan, the recovery plan even, to try to enhance the connection between the downtown and the beach and the wharf. And this plan pushes that forward in really an unprecedented way. And I think that that's really fantastic. I think Commissioner Dan said this, it may have been someone else, but I would love to see more for purchase options for housing wherever possible. And that's not just for starter homes for people, but for people that are looking to downsize. They've raised their kids, they're in big houses that they don't need, and they can make those available by having other options to move to without giving up their community. And I think that's another really important thing for multi-generational health. About the draft EIR and the final EIR, I read the draft EIR and I was only able to glance at the final EIR, but it did not appear to create new, groundbreaking areas of concern. And I don't feel the same, just the same level of anxiety about that particular part of this process. It's just a quick read that I did, but that's how I feel. As long as we're offering encouragements, and maybe this is the wrong time to do this, but I would love to see us take advantage of more opportunities to have public access to those high places on these taller buildings. That's another thing that I feel has been like put into a project and then pulled out again because of, whatever concerns that the developers might have. But I would love to see that for our community. I just was in San Francisco over the weekend, and we were at several points just up high in places that gave you a whole different perspective on the city, and I think we could really benefit from that. So anyway, that's my offer.
Good comments. Okay, looks like we're pretty close. I'll just briefly say that many of the comments that people brought to the commission tonight in some ways were right. Like, this is a big change to Santa Cruz, visually, in the way that we move about and in the way that we house our residents. And as we talked about, we have to permit 3,700 units by 2031. And this takes care of a chunk of that. And I'm in agreement with Commissioner McKelvey. I think that the majority of the housing that we have in this cycle should go somewhere downtown in our urban core. And I think that makes a lot of sense. So with that said, I did read the final EIR. And I would agree, nothing that I found substantially groundbreakingly different from the draft EIR. I did appreciate a lot of the questions that were brought to staff and the responses that staff gave. It gave me some clarity on some things that I just did not consider, and that was good. But ultimately, I feel very comfortable recommending certification of the final SEER and moving forward with this project right now as amended. So those would be my comments. Any other comments about this item?
I do have one last one. After the earthquake, there was, as I remember, as a 13-year-old, like, let's have a public plaza, let's have a public plaza. And I still think this town needs a public plaza. There was a funny point where they wanted to put it on private property, and the owner of this property said, well, there's a problem, it's actually my property, so you can't just build a plaza on it. But finishing the thought, this third act of the downtown plan, we might get that killer plaza for all these activities that's big and spacious and can have that big farmer's market.
It's the old library, maybe, right? Maybe.
Oh, yeah, that might catch up, huh?
Maybe we'll have two big plazas.
That would
We'll
be
see.
all right with me, too.
Okay.
You can have protests there.
I'll take 3. All right. Any further comments, questions? Okay, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Dan?
No.
Kelly?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
McKelvey?
Aye.
Chair Paul Hyman?
Yes. Okay,
Chair, I have one last request.
Oh, sure,
and
really quickly, that passes 4-1.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no problem. So I don't know if I need to make a motion, but I would like to request that staff add my failed motion into the packet to the council. If that's, I don't know if I have to make a motion for that or.
No.
If you do, I'll second it.
record a failed motion without a second.
Okay, thank you.
In the minutes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, that concludes the public hearing for this evening. We are on to information items. And for the public, the motion passed 4-1, and that will now move on to the council.
Chair, we are at 11 o'clock. I could give a brief update, or we could bypass. Typically at 11, we make a motion to continue the hearing if you all would like the
Well, I can't make a motion.
Yeah.
So
I move to continue the hearing.
until 11:15? Would that take care of it?
Don't even need that long.
Okay.
5
No,
minutes.
11:15.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It is.
You gotta follow the
All right,
rules.
Lee, you're on the clock.
All right, I'll do it quickly. Thank you.
There's like ready.
Let me pull that. Sec. Here we go. All right. The 1930 Ocean Street Extension is on the council meeting.
Folks, I'm sorry,
this
we're
Tuesday.
still meeting here, so if we could have conversations outside, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. Not trying to scream at you, but we got stuff to do. Thank you.
That's on the council meeting this coming Tuesday. The 831 Almar project that you all considered was withdrawn. That was anticipated to be going on the 422 meeting as well, and it is not there because the owners withdrew it. So I wanted to give you a heads up on that. There are some downtown vibrancy considerations, a package of considerations going to the council this coming Tuesday. There is a ordinance that relates to vacant storefronts and at 2 years requiring a registration of those storefronts, as well as various maintenance activities up until that 2 years that are then ramped up even following that. And then it has some other things that will be ultimately coming back to this commission, things like looking at how we can expand the number of uses that do not require a use permit in our downtown, but also throughout the city, so that we can really facilitate businesses moving in. Sometimes we look at those use permits and we have a standard set of conditions that we apply on a regular basis. And so it would be looking at bringing those standard conditions into the ordinance itself and then allowing those uses to proceed. So there'll be a package of that coming later this year before the commission. And then we are planning, so that's all this coming Tuesday at the council. That packet is available online if you'd like to reference it. And then—
Can I add one on Tuesday's council meeting? The Bay Street corridor improvements are coming to council, which are greatly going to help Bayview School. So if you get a minute to fire off an email, that'd be appreciated. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. And then we are anticipating in bringing at 5/13, May 13th, the items that you heard this evening. So that's relatively quick turnaround to the council. I will leave the rest of the things because they're farther out in May and we'll have an opportunity to talk. So let's talk about our next agendas here. We do have 2 things scheduled for the 1st. So your next meeting in 2 weeks. We've got 3. The Beach Street boardwalk ride that will likely be on consent. And then the 530 Ocean Street appeal, which is the southeast corner of Ocean and Branciforte Creek. And then the consideration of the time for the Planning Commission meeting will also be discussed.
Kick that down the road.
So important.
It does look like we've got a meeting on 5/15 right now. It will be a brief one unless something else gets added. That would be the CIP general plan conformance, the annual thing that we need to do in advance of the council's consideration of the budget. But that needs to happen after the committees have reviewed it. And so there's we're not always able to shift the timing of that. We'll look at that and see if we can still beat the council meeting. So we don't have that as the only item, if possible. That concludes the report. And if you have any questions, you're welcome to field those.
Any questions for staff? Okay, no subcommittee or advisory body oral reports. There are no items referred to a future agenda, and so we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Chair.
Ew.